When designing a PowerPoint slideshow, it's important to strike a balance between the content and the appearance of your presentation. Once you learn how to work with audio and video in PowerPoint, you'll be tempted to include every fancy multimedia technique you know. But the truth is that videos with too many special effects may distract viewers and detract from the content of your message. It may be a cliche that content is king, but the purpose of an effective presentation is to impart your content in a memorable way. A well-placed movie or sound effect can drive the point home, but badly implemented multimedia will result in the viewer remembering your visual, but not your message. Let's look at this before and after. I'm going to go ahead and play my slideshow. In this first slide, we used a fancy transition with a sound effect, an animated logo, and an animated GIF inside stylized frames, and loud music. There's so much going on that it offends the senses. Instead, let's see a well-designed slide. My transition was more subtle. I removed the chime sound, the text has been stylized, the extraneous clip art is gone, and I added an elegant movie as a background. And not only did I turn the music down to a more palatable level, I also hid the sound icon. My point is that you don't need to use every single wild technique you know. Sample videos and sound effects that are carefully chosen and creatively implemented will get the point across much more effectively. During this course, I'll go over just about every single special effect you can apply to your videos and sounds, as well as technical considerations. We'll explore when and why to make those applications. If you throw every cool effect you can at your presentation, your audience will remember you all right, but not for the reasons you want them to. If you're going to include videos and sounds in your presentations, it's wise to consider whether those assets have copyrights. A copyright protects the author of the creative work. The creator has the exclusive right to decide whether other people can use the clip or make derivative works. Some authors require permission for you to use their images in their work. Others require payment for those rights. Due to the ease of Googling any image or finding a movie on YouTube, it's easy to just think to yourself, oh, no one will notice if I just use it in my PowerPoint. But how would you feel if a work you produced wound up inside someone else's product? Wouldn't you want credit or the payment you deserve? The basic rule of thumb is this. If you are including the media as part of a personal project that only you will see, or you're giving the presentation for a class, this is considered personal use. It's usually okay to use the asset, but it's appropriate to include a caption giving credit to the author or the web source. If you will be presenting the content through your business, this is considered commercial use. Not only would you want to give credit to the author right on the slide, but you should also ask the creator for permission. It does not matter whether you will make a profit from the usage. If you will be publishing and distributing your final product, either by CD, DVD, or uploaded to a website, you cannot include other people's work without written consent. You cannot directly state or imply that you created the work. You may even need to pay royalties every time your finished product is viewed. So, how do you go about getting this permission? If it's something you find on the web, locate the author's email address and send him or her a message. Or draft a formal letter and send it through the mail. Include your name and contact information, the name of the asset you would like to use, the URL where you found it, and information about your presentation including title, purpose, audience, and planned distribution. If you'd like to use the content from a DVD or music CD, you'll need to contact the publisher. They may have a formal request process with forms to fill out. This process may take several months to complete, and you may need to pay royalties every time your presentation is viewed. If all of this is overkill for your purposes, there are dozens of sites on the web where you can get free or low-cost stock media. You'll come across a few licensing terms it's important to understand. Free. You have permission to download and use the content in any way you'd like. Usually these resources are low quality, low resolution, or made by an amateur hoping to build a clientele. Rights managed or rights ready video footage imposes restrictions on usage, such as limitations on size, placement, duration of use, and geographic distribution. In other words, it can only be used in the project that you specify. Royalty-free media asks for a one-time fee, allowing you use in multiple projects. The fee will depend on the resolution, quality, or file size. Exclusive rights, for an extra fee, will remove that image from the company's website, so that you are the only person who can use that asset. That will prevent your competitors from using it too. To find any of these types of multimedia, do a search for royalty-free or free stock music, videos, sounds, or images, and check out the links until you find what you need. All you'll have to do is register with the website, and you can download anything you like. Here are a few high-quality websites you can go to for professional stock images and royalty-free songs, images, and videos. iStockPhoto.com has multimedia of all types. GettyImages.com also sources high-quality media. There's Pond5.com, and even Office.Microsoft.com has its own library of thousands of images. There are hundreds of other sources out there, but do realize that they may not be as trustworthy as these and other professional quality websites. So, once you decide whether your PowerPoint presentation is for personal use, business use, or public consumption, be sure to honor all applicable copyright laws. As you build your presentation, you'll insert any number of graphics, movies, sounds, and pictures. You may either embed the assets directly into your PowerPoint file, or you can link to the files instead. Let's explore the ins and outs of these two approaches. Embedding is what happens by default when I add any multimedia files to my presentation. Embed means that the element will be imported and saved inside the PowerPoint file. The benefit of embedding is that all the assets are in one place and can't get lost. But the drawback is that every element's file size adds to the total size of your presentation. In other words, if I inserted 20 megabyte video into my slideshow, then my file is now at least 20 megabytes in size. Huge files can lead to PowerPoint slowing down or crashing. Let's see this in action. I'm going to open up the folder where I have my files. I can see that my PowerPoint presentation, 0103 link embed, is 723 kilobytes. The first video that we're going to insert, Testimonial 90 sec, is 8,682 kilobytes, or 8.6 megabytes. Now I'm going to go back to PowerPoint, and I'm going to go to my fourth slide. In the placeholder, click on the video icon in the lower right-hand corner that says Insert Media Clip. Navigate to Testimonial 90 sec WMV in the exercise files. When I double-click on it, or click on it and then click Insert, it's imported into my slide. Now click on the disk in the upper left-hand corner of your screen to save your file. Now, use Alt-Tab to switch back to Windows. And you can see that your PowerPoint file has now grown to 9.4 megabytes or 9,413 kilobytes. The entire testimonial movie is now inside this file. Now instead, if I'd linked to the movie, the video would stay stored as this individual file outside of PowerPoint. PowerPoint would know to go and get the object each time it's needed. There are three enormous benefits. The first is that your file size stays small. The second is that your PowerPoint 2010 file will work in PowerPoint 2007 without any extra conversion. The third is that a live link is created between the source and your presentation. In other words, if I make any changes to this external file, I'll see those changes the next time I open my PowerPoint presentation. So, go back to PowerPoint. Go to slide 6. Click on the same video icon again. But this time, instead of clicking on my testimonial and clicking Insert, click on the drop-down arrow to the right of the button. You have another option here to link to the file. Click on it. Link to file adds the image to the presentation just like before, but the actual source stays outside the presentation in its original location. I'll go up to the corner and save my file, and go take a look. My file size has not changed. It did not add again the testimonial video size to the original. I'm going to go back to PowerPoint and let's play the video. I can see that it starts with shots of the store. Now let's say that my video gets edited. Instead of starting with the store, it'll now start with my logo. If in Windows, you replace this file with another one, the link will be maintained, but the new content will appear. In this case, I'm going to force this to happen. My testimonial new intro file has that new edited file. So what I'm going to do is delete my testimonial 90 second. I'll right-click on it and then click delete. And it says, are you sure you want to move this to the recycle bin? And in this case, I'll say yes. And then I'm going to rename new intro to give it that same name. Again, this is like saving a newer file over my older one and replacing it. When I go back to my PowerPoint presentation and I close it and then open it up again. When I go back to slide 6 and play my linked file, now it will start with my logo. If I go back to slide 4 And look at my first video. I'll notice that it has not changed. It still starts with the flower store. And that's because we embedded this movie right into the presentation, and it no longer has anything to do with that original source file. Now, there are some drawbacks to linking. One is that to share the presentation with others, you'll need to take actions to keep the original files together in the same folder with the PowerPoint file. If I copied my file to a thumb drive and didn't take my original source with me, or if this original source file gets deleted or renamed, my links will break. If I close my presentation again and then open it again, this time when I go to slide 6 and look at my linked file, it tells me media not found. And when I click play, it tells me that it can't locate the file, and do I want to locate it myself? I'll go ahead and say no. Now, another drawback to linking is that PowerPoint's optimized media compatibility checker, which we'll explore near the end of this course, doesn't work at all on linked media. The utility helps make sure your PowerPoint presentation will play on other computers. First, it will ask you to embed the files. More importantly, it won't be able to determine if the media file type will work in 2007. For example, if you link to a Flash media file, PowerPoint's utility won't even alert you that the file won't work if you play it on an older version of PowerPoint. Now let's go back to Windows again. And I'm going to press Ctrl-Z to undo my file deletion and bring it back again. Right-click on the movie and choose Properties. Take a look at the location. If this link has a file path that's greater than 128 characters, you may encounter errors. To prevent possible problems with broken links, this is another reason why it's a good idea to copy the assets into the same folder as your presentation, and then link to them from here. When you travel, make sure you take the entire folder. If you will be working with links extensively, there's a control panel where you can manage your links. The trick is, it only shows up after you've created a link and then saved your file. Go back to PowerPoint, click on the File tab, and go down to Info. Look at the far right bottom corner. You'll see a very small item that says Edit Links to Files. Click on it, and you'll see a list of all the links in your presentation. You can click on a file and click Update Now to update all the content, refreshing any changes to your source files. If you want to change the link to another file, you don't need to delete it. Reinsert the media. Use this button right here to change the source file. If you'd like to stop the file from linking altogether and change it to embedded, click on Break Link. And at the very bottom, there's an option for updating your links automatically or manually. To use it, make sure you're not clicked on any one link. Click somewhere in the middle of the white area. All links are manual by default. But if you want the content to update anytime you open or save the file, you can change this to automatic. Click Close, and you're all set. Embedding also has one more technique I should mention. If you're using unusual fonts in your presentation, and you'll be giving it on another machine, you can't guarantee that they'll have the same fonts that you used. When that happens, your text will appear in Arial no matter how interesting your original font. To bring your fonts with you, you can embed them into the presentation. While we're on the File tab, go down and click Options. Click on the Save button, and then look at the last item. Put a check mark in front of Embed Fonts in the file. You have the option of embedding only the letters that you used in the presentation. This will save file size, but if you make any changes to your content, you may not have all the letters you need. Some of them will be in your fancy font, some of them will be in Arial. I say better safe than sorry. And I check the second option, embed all the characters. Then I'll click OK to close the options. Making an educated choice about when to link versus embed your videos, sounds, images, and objects in your presentation can save you all kinds of headaches. Again, embedding occurs by default. If your graphics are breaking for some reason and you don't know why, try embedding them instead of linking them. Use the linking if your presentation is slow or crashing because of enormous file size, and for when you need PowerPoint 2007 compatibility. The multimedia universe has dozens of file types for video and sound. PowerPoint 2010 can import the most common file types. Let's take a look at the types of movie files PowerPoint renders and explore some of the considerations when choosing between them. First, let's take a moment to explain two terms, file format and codec. A file format is the file type that video editing program exports. You can tell the file format by the extension at the end of the file name. A codec is the program used to encode, compress, and decompress the digital data. Video clip quality is measured either in FPS, frames per second, or kbps, kilobits per second. For FPS, 15 frames per second is low quality, and HD comes in at 60 FPS. In kbps, 380 is the minimum for decent audio, and 2100 kbps is high quality. This is an oversimplification, however, because of the complexity of working with audiovisual. It's possible to make a small video look fantastic at only 500 kbps if you use the right codec. In PowerPoint 2010, Direct Show renders the media right inside the program, providing for speed and smooth graphics. Windows Media Player is the digital media application for audio, video, and images on computers running Windows, Pocket PC, and Windows Mobile. If your presentation contains media that was inserted in PowerPoint 2007 and has not yet been converted to 2010, Windows Media Player will process the media for your PowerPoint presentation instead. If you'll be sharing your file with someone using a Macintosh, they can download a free WMV player from flip4mac.com. Here are the file formats PowerPoint will show natively. A Windows Media Video File, or WMV, is the default file format you'll come across on your PC. It's recognized by all Windows applications because it's a native Microsoft format. This file format compresses audio and video by using the Windows Media Video Codec, a tightly compressed format that requires a minimal amount of storage space on your computer's hard disk. If you create movies using Windows Movie Maker, which used to come on all PCs, but you do have to download it for Windows 7, it will save in this file format by default. Audio Video Interleave, or AVI, is another common Windows video file format. This is a multimedia file format for storing sound and moving pictures in Microsoft Resource Interchange File Format, or RIF. It is one of the most universal formats because audio or video content that's compressed with a wide variety of codecs can be stored in an AVI file. If you will be sharing your PowerPoint file on a Macintosh, however, you may need to install an AVI Video Handler. Advanced Streaming Format, or ASF, is another common Windows media file type that was originally designed for use with Windows Media Encoder and Streaming Server. This file format stores synchronized multimedia data and can be used to stream audio and video content, images, and script commands over a network. The Moving Picture Experts Group has a movie file format called MPEG or MPEG. This is an evolving set of standards for video and audio compression. This file format was designed specifically for use with video CDs and DVDs. MP3 is famous, of course, as a digital audio file format, and MP4 now has become a standard for video used online and across platforms. Almost every music device now supports this format. You can easily use an MP4 container with an H.264 codec on a new computer, and it will play on almost all computers. MPEG also supports subtitles. Flash Video has the extension SWF, FLV, and F4V. Adobe Flash Media is generally used to deliver video and interactive graphics over the internet using Adobe Flash Player. Note that some mobile devices do not currently support Flash files, so many viewers may see a broken image instead of your Flash content. Apple's QuickTime formats include MOV and Qt. QuickTime will also produce MP4 files. There are a few more obscure file types as well, including M2TSV, used in broadcast systems and Blu-ray. Now let's do a little troubleshooting. Video compatibility can occasionally be quite problematic. Is your video not playing properly? Even though it has the same file extension as one I listed earlier, the correct version of the codec may not be installed on your computer. You can download more recent codec files from Microsoft's website. You may also download open source viewers like VLC that support Mac, Windows, and Linux, and will also install some missing open source codecs. Next, as of the recording of this video, embedding Adobe Flash Video only works in 32-bit installations of Microsoft Office and Windows, but 64-bit compatibility will be available in the future. QuickTime files may not run automatically on your computer. If your QuickTime files don't run, download QuickTime for Windows first. It's a good idea to install QuickTime for Windows anyway, so that you can be confident that your video files will work on a Mac. If you'll be giving your PowerPoint presentation on another computer, you may want to convert your QuickTime file formats to WMV just to be safe. But this issue only crops up on older machines. If you're sharing files with the person running PowerPoint 2007, SWF, MOV, and MP4 movies won't work at all. You can use Microsoft Windows Media Encoder, a free program, to convert these formats to WMV so that they're compatible with PowerPoint 2007. And if you have video in a different format than the ones I've listed, you can use several third-party programs to convert your video files to the Windows Media Video File format, WMV. Microsoft Windows Media Encoder, or the New Expression Encoder, is designed to integrate with Microsoft Office and other Microsoft products. Find it at www.microsoft.com. PFC Media is a PowerPoint add-in that automates the formatting of multimedia. For more information, visit www.pleaseforcertain.com. Handbrake is great software for converting MP4s, and it works seamlessly with VLC, the codec player software mentioned earlier. You can find it at handbrake.fr. Another great Windows conversion tool for all formats is Super C at ewritesoft.com/s6kg1.html. While PowerPoint has evolved to include the most common video formats, there are dozens more that it cannot manage natively. But all you have to do is convert your movies to one of the common file types and your visuals will work seamlessly. PowerPoint comes with a library of images, animations, and sound clips. All of them are free to use, and even more are available for download from Microsoft.com. Here's how to use them in your presentation. Clip art animations aren't exactly videos, but the clip art gallery classifies them as such. Each is an animated GIF, an image that moves, made by saving several similar graphics together in one GIF file, then viewing them in a looping sequence. It makes the graphic look like a short movie. Let's add one to our presentation. Click on the second slide in your exercise file. Notice the 6 images in the middle of the placeholder. The bottom center icon has 4 squares on it. This represents the clip art gallery. Click on it, and the clip art gallery will open in a pane on the right. The second box says Results Should Be, and it defaults to all media file types. Click on the drop-down arrow and uncheck everything except for videos. I'll turn off the checkmark under all media types and turn on the checkmark right under videos. I'll click on the drop-down arrow again to close the window. Make sure there's a checkmark in front of Include Office.com content, and as long as you're connected to the internet, your search results will expand beyond the few images included with PowerPoint and include all the results as if you had searched on Microsoft Office's website. It's a great way to gain new resources and to save some time. Up in the search for box, type flowers, and then either hit enter or click go. Notice that all the search results have a star in the bottom right-hand corner, indicating that the image will be animated when you play the presentation. Click on the second flower. It will come in very small, as this is the original size of the graphic. Now play your presentation and watch the flower change color. Note that this image loops continuously, but other animated GIFs may only play as long as their author designed them, maybe only a few seconds. Press Escape to end the playback and return to the slide. I can make this animated GIF larger by dragging the corners. I can also click on the picture, go up to the Picture Tools format ribbon that appears, and adjust the size on the far right-hand side. Now notice when I increase the size, the image becomes pixelated or fuzzy because it was designed at a very small size. This is one of the biggest drawbacks to animated GIFs. Not only are most of them very small, but most of them are kind of cheesy and not appropriate for high-end presentations. For home or school use though, they're a lot of fun. Click on the X in the upper right corner of the clip art gallery to close it. There are other ways to insert clip art videos as well. The way we just added the image is how you would do it if all you want in the content placeholder is that one image, because we use the content box as the target. Now go to the third slide. Let's add a graphic on the right to supplement the content. This time the steps start a little differently. Up on the ribbon, change to the Insert tab. The third button says Clip Art. Click on it and it toggles the clip art gallery open. The process is the same. Search for the video that you want. I'll click on this smiling daisy down here, and the image this time will land in the middle of the slide. Pick it up and drag it where you'd like it to go. When you're done, close the clip art gallery again. Now go to the fifth slide. The third way to insert a clip art animation is also on the Insert ribbon. On the far right, there's a button with a film canister that says Video. Click on the bottom half, right on the drop-down arrow, and the last option says Clip Art Video. The benefit of doing it this way is that the Results Should Be box defaults to just videos instead of all media types. From there, the process is the same. I'll search for flowers, and this time I'll click the first one. I'll drag it down to the bottom corner and make it larger again. Now go back to the second slide. And when we play our presentation, we now have cute little animated graphics to draw the viewer's attention. While animated GIFs have to be selected carefully to not lower your design standards, these miniature movies will help viewers engage with your content. Much of the time, you'll already have a video file saved on your computer that you want to insert into your PowerPoint presentation. It's easy to add the clip to a slide. Windows classifies all video types as media, since a video is different than, let's say, a flash animation, but they're both handled the same way by PowerPoint. Let's add a video clip to our presentation. Click on the fourth slide in your exercise file. Notice the 6 images in the middle of the placeholder. The bottom right icon has a movie reel on it. This represents any kind of multimedia. Click on it, and a Windows dialog box will appear. Navigate to the folder where you keep your assets. If you want to limit the items you can see to a specific file format, click on this Video Files drop-down, and you can select a specific file type. We'll just leave it on Video Files to see all of our choices. I discussed these file types in a previous lesson in this course. Now click on Add 45 sec. Use this Insert button at the bottom to decide if you're going to embed the video or to link to it. We explore all the ramifications and techniques for each of these options in the linking and embedding video in this course. In short, if you want to import the entire file into your PowerPoint, use Insert or just click the button. If you want to leave it outside the presentation and have PowerPoint look for it each time you play it, change this to Link to File. I'll just click the Insert button. When the video comes in, you'll see a play button in the lower left so that you can preview it. When you play the presentation, you won't see those controls until you hold your cursor over the video itself. You can then play the video and adjust the volume right from the slide. Welcome to Hansel and Petal. We are a full-service florist specializing in press escape to end the playback and again to return to normal view. I can make my media clip larger or smaller by dragging the corners or by clicking on the video and then on the new Video Tools format ribbon that appears in the upper right corner of my screen. Use the size boxes in the ribbon. If you make your video clip larger, the image may become pixelated because you're expanding it past its native size. There's another way to insert media clips as well. The way we just added the movie is how you would do it if you wanted to insert a clip into a placeholder. Because we use the content box as the target, go to the second slide, Why Add Video Advertising. If you have text on a slide and would like to enhance it with a small video clip, the steps start a little differently. Let's add a small video clip of flowers to the right side to supplement the content. Up on the ribbon, change to the Insert tab. On the far right, you'll see a button with the same film canister on it labeled Video. If you click on the bottom half of the button on the drop-down arrow, you can select Video from File. If you just click on the top half of the button, right on the film, PowerPoint automatically selects that same option. From there, the process is exactly the same as before. Navigate to the Lily's media clip and decide if you're embedding it or linking to the file. We're going to embed ours, so I'll just click Insert. Once you've made your choice, the movie will import. The video will land in the middle of the slide. Use one of the corners to resize it. Then drag it where you want it to go. Click Play to preview it. In future lessons, I'll show you how to use all of these adjustment tools on the ribbons. Inserting a media clip into your slideshows couldn't be easier. And it opens up all kinds of possibilities for including video in your presentations. There will be times when you'll prefer your video to play in an external video application like Windows Media Player instead of inside your PowerPoint presentation. Maybe you want the player's extra features, or maybe PowerPoint won't play your file type, but the other program will. When you would like your video to open up outside of PowerPoint, insert it as an object. Inserting the video as an object instead of a clip will display an icon on the slide instead of the video itself. To do this, let's go to our fifth slide, Quick Internet Spot. Click on the Insert ribbon, and then on the Object button on the right middle. The Insert Object dialog box appears. Change the left radio button to Create from File, since we're not going to create a new video from scratch right now. Click on the Browse button. Then navigate to the file that you want. Choose 10s video. double-click on it, or click on it and then click OK. Now you're back in the dialog box. If you want the media clip to be embedded in the presentation, you're all set. If you'd like to link to it instead, click this link checkbox. For more information about linking versus embedding, please watch that lesson earlier in this course. You do also have the option of displaying your own icon. If you wanted to do that, you would choose Display as Icon, Change Icon, and then browse to the file that you have saved on your computer. For right now, we're going to stick with the default, so I'll cancel this dialog box and uncheck Display as Icon. Alright, we're ready. Click OK to close the dialog box, and a small icon will appear in the center of your slide. I like to drag it down to the bottom corner out of the way. To test it, double-click on the icon. Windows Media Player opens, and my video plays. Go ahead and close the player. Now, if we just stopped here, when you ran your slideshow, clicking on this icon would just take you to the next slide. To make the object icon work, we have to apply an animation to it. Click on the Animations tab, and then on the Add Animations button with the blue star on it. At the very bottom of the list is OLE Action Verbs. Click on it. A window pops up. Click on the left button that says Activate Contents, and then click OK. A little number appears next to your icon. This is the order the video will be animated on your slide. We'll adjust this order later in the course. Now, run your slideshow. Click to advance your bullets, and on its turn, Windows Media Player will open and play your movie. Welcome to Hanslet. If you need all the tools available in your external media software, or if your media clip doesn't work natively in PowerPoint, inserting it as an object allows you to view your video in an external media player such as Windows Media Viewer, instead of directly on your slide. Some media clips that were created after PowerPoint was released may not play properly when they're inserted into your slideshow. Windows Media Player can frequently play media clips that PowerPoint cannot. If you have Windows Media Player 6 or later installed, you can play these clips with the Windows Media Player right inside your slideshow. I'm going to go down to slide 6 in my exercise file. The title-only slide that says Test of our shorter web spot. It's best to insert this type of control on a slide that doesn't have any placeholders in the main area. The next thing we need to do is add the Developer tab to the ribbon. Click on the File tab, and then go down and click on Options. In the Options dialog box, click on Customize Ribbon on the left-hand side. In the column on the far right, put a check mark in front of Developer, and then click OK. On your new Developer tab, click on More Controls in the Controls group. It's the one that has a hammer and a wrench with a ... on it. In the list of controls, scroll down to the very bottom and click on Windows Media Player. Click OK, and then drag on the slide where you want to draw the control, starting in the upper left corner and ending in the lower right. Don't worry if it's not exactly where you need it to be, or exactly the right size. If you do need to resize the control, drag the sizing handles. If you need to move it, pick it up by clicking your arrow in the middle of the box and dragging it where you want it to go. You can also fine-tune your placement by using the arrows on your keyboard. Now, let's assign our Windows Media Control a movie to play. In Windows, open up a Windows Explorer dialog box and locate the file 10s video. Because you'll be linking to the file instead of embedding it, I recommend keeping the video in the same folder as your PowerPoint file, so that if you move the presentation, you won't orphan the media clip. Now hold down your Shift key and right-click on your video. Choose Copy as Path. Now go back to PowerPoint, right-click on your Windows Media object, and then choose Properties. Note that you can also choose Properties on your ribbon, and that you can resize this dialog box from narrow to wide. Now click in the box next to URL, and then right-click in it and choose Paste. If there are quotation marks in the beginning and end of the path, delete them. If there are any other adjustments you'd like to make to the Windows Media Player, you can also make them now. For example, you could change the height, or the width, or whether the controls are visible when the video plays. I'm going to leave all of those on their default and close the Properties pane. Now, let's play our slideshow. I'll start the slideshow, and my movie will start right away. Welcome to Hansel and I'll click pause. Now I notice that I have a lot of extra space around my video. So I can hit escape, go back to the normal view, and resize my control as needed. I'll play it again. That's a little better. Welcome to Hansel. Now here's one troubleshooting issue to note. If you're going to be using the Microsoft PowerPoint viewer to distribute your finished slideshow, or exporting it as a movie, using this Windows Media Player control won't work. But if you have a media clip format that PowerPoint won't recognize, but Windows Media Player will, this is a great workaround. YouTube.com has become the de facto destination for publishing and sharing video content, from entertainment to instruction manuals. Hulu.com is where the television networks publish recent episodes of your favorite TV shows. PowerPoint 2010 allows you to show a YouTube or Hulu video right inside your slideshow, as long as you have the fast internet connection. Online web video tools are built right into PowerPoint to make the job as easy as it could be. Your computer does have its own minimum requirements for implementing this technique though. You'll need Flash Player 10 Plus and Windows Media 10 or higher. And please do note that if you are going to link to copyrighted material, it's important that you obtain the owner's approval before you use or distribute content that you did not create. I'll click the slide where I want to add my video. I'll use my fourth slide, test over longer TV spot. In your browser, go to the website that contains the video you want to link to, such as YouTube or Hulu. If you're using our exercise files, simply right-click on the link on your screen and choose Open Hyperlink. This will take you to YouTube's website. Under the video, there's a button labeled Share. Click on it, and additional info will appear below the video. The first link is the URL of the video, but it's not the one we're looking for. This is the one you would use on a website or in an email message. Instead, click on this Embed button a little further down. The embedding code we need shows up here, but before we copy and paste it, let's refine it first for our own needs. Let's start with the 4 checkboxes. If you do want to show suggested videos when the video finishes, put a check mark here. But for most PowerPoint presentations, we don't want to surf to other related videos, so I'll leave it unchecked. The next 2 checkboxes add a level of security, but I don't want any barriers to playing my YouTube video, so I'll leave them unchecked. There's a checkbox at the bottom that says Use Old Embed Code. This switches the code from an iframe to object-based. I'm going to turn it on. I found that the new iframe code doesn't always work in PowerPoint, but the old code works 100% of the time. Next, we can pick the size of the video on our screen. You can click on one of the 4 defaults, or you can type your own. Notice that as I click on each one, the embed code in the box above is automatically updated. I can also customize the size to suit my own needs. For our presentation, I want my video to be 700 pixels wide, which is in between these 2 presets. So in the width box, I'll type 700. The height box updates itself proportionally. I could also, if I wanted, specify the height and the width would change. But I'll keep that at 700. Now that I've set my dimensions, go up to the embed code box. Click in it, right-click on it, choose Copy, and then go back to your PowerPoint presentation. Back in PowerPoint, click on the Insert ribbon. Go over to the far right to the Video button, but click on the drop-down and choose Video from Website. In the dialog box, right-click and paste your embed code. Click Insert. Now we have a black box on your slide. I'll move it over, double-click on it, and you can see the video itself. You can press play to preview it. Notice that you do have standard YouTube controls at the bottom. Full service floors, here's the volume, in weddings and corporate. Don't do fabulous bat mitzvahs, local deliveries. Really, the sky's the limit. We also have gifts, antiques, since we are viewing a live YouTube video through PowerPoint and not on a web page itself. Some of the controls on the right side may not work for you. For instance, I can't click on full screen. The arrangements are ever alike. Now, here are a few notes and issues you may run into. First, Even though they're called embed codes, you are truly linking to the video, not embedding it in your presentation. If you don't have an internet connection, the video will just show up as a black square and won't be playable. Before you step in front of a live audience, be sure to test your presentation to make sure your internet connection is fast and reliable. Next, most websites that contain videos include an embed code, but not all of them. If the website doesn't offer you an embed link, you'll need your own copy instead. You can't apply video effects to link website videos. That means no shadows, no reflections, or other special formatting. As of the publication of this course, PowerPoint for Mac does not yet support direct web video embedding. So, if you'll be delivering or sharing your presentation on a Mac, your audience may not be able to see this video. Also, PowerPoint's web embedding codes use the Shockwave Flash Player. If you're planning to deliver your slideshow over the internet or email, be aware that viewers of mobile devices such as smartphones and tablets may not be able to see this video. Last, if you'll be exporting your presentation into its own standalone movie as your final output, linked website videos will not play. You'll need to find a way to download and embed the media directly into your slideshow. Being able to directly connect to YouTube or other video websites right inside your PowerPoint presentation opens up a world of possibilities for accessing videos you already have online without adding to your file size. There will be times when you'll prefer your video to play in an external video application like Windows Media Player instead of inside your PowerPoint presentation. Maybe you want the player's extra features, or maybe PowerPoint won't play your file type, but the other program will. When you would like your video to open up outside of PowerPoint, insert it using an action button. I'll go up to the Insert ribbon and click on Shapes. Down at the bottom, here's Action Buttons. The play button might be appropriate, or maybe the video camera. I'll choose this action button, Movie. When I hold my cursor over the slide, I see a thin black plus sign. I'll hold down my Shift key to keep the box square, and I'll click and drag from the upper left-hand corner to the lower right-hand corner. When I let go, I get an Action Settings dialog box. I'll click on Hyperlink to. I'll drop it down, go down to the bottom, and choose Other File. I'll choose our 10S video. Click OK, and click OK again. Now, when I play my slideshow, and I click on the button, welcome, my movie opens up in Windows Media Player. If you need all the tools available in your external media software, or if your media clip doesn't work natively in PowerPoint, insert it as an action button instead of directly onto your slide. QuickTime is Apple's default movie format, and with the growing popularity of Macintosh computers and devices in the creative field, the file format is increasingly common. QuickTime movie files will have an extension of MOV or M4V. The procedure for inserting a QuickTime video into your presentation is exactly the same as any other video. I'm going to go to slide 4, the test of our longer TV spot. For more information about inserting videos into PowerPoint, please see the lessons earlier in this course. In a nutshell, go up to the Insert ribbon, click on the Video Can in the Media group on the right side of the toolbar, and navigate to your file. If you only want to see QuickTime videos listed, click on this Video Files drop-down in the bottom right-hand corner of the dialog box, and change it to QuickTime Movie File. You can also choose QuickTime Video File if you want to see files in M4V or other QuickTime formats. I'm going to go back to Video Files. Click on the Add 45sec file. Decide if you want to insert or link to the file. We're going to go ahead and just insert it. And our QuickTime video appears. I'll resize it and move it over to the right. If I want to preview it, click the play arrow. As you can see, the actual insertion of a QuickTime video itself is a piece of cake. However, if your QuickTime file doesn't work, or if you prefer to do things the hard way, there's another way you can insert a QuickTime video as a developer control instead of as a straightforward video. To use this technique, we need to add the Developer tab to the ribbon. Click on the File tab, and go down to Options. On the left-hand side, click on Customize ribbon, and then in the right-hand column, put a check mark in front of Developer, and then click OK. Go to slide 6 for the test of our shorter web spot. On your new Developer tab, click on the More Controls button. It's the one with the hammer and the wrench and the ... In the list of controls, the second one is Apple QuickTime Control 2.0. Click on it, click OK, and then drag on the side where you want to draw the control, starting in the upper left-hand corner and ending in the lower right. Don't worry if it's not exactly where you need it to be, or not exactly the right size. If you need to resize the control, you can drag the resizing handles. If you need to move it, pick it up by clicking your cursor in the middle of the box and dragging it where you want it to go. Notice that the box is hollow, but it will play just fine. Now, let's assign our QuickTime Control a movie to play. In Windows, open up a Windows Explorer dialog box and locate our 10s Video QuickTime movie. Because you'll be linking to the file instead of embedding it, I recommend keeping the QuickTime video in a special folder with the PowerPoint video, so that if you move the presentation, you won't orphan the media clip. Hold down the Shift key on your keyboard and right-click on the file and choose Copy as Path. Now go back to PowerPoint, right-click on the Apple QuickTime Control, and then choose Properties. Note that you can also choose the Properties button on the ribbon. You can resize this box as needed. I'll make it a little longer and wider. Click on the URL property, and then right-click on it and choose Paste. If there are quotation marks in the beginning and the end of the path, delete them. While you're here, you're welcome to make other adjustments. One of my recommendations is under Sizing. Click where it says Sizing 0 QT Control Fits Movie. Drop it down, and change this to QT Movie Fits Control, Maintain Aspect Ratio. This will make sure that your movie plays at its optimum size and has play controls as well. When you're done, close the Properties pane. Now let's play your slideshow. Press play to start the video. You have volume controls right here. Welcome to Hansel and Pedal. And I'll press pause to stop it. Visualizing in which I notice that I have white bars at the top and bottom. So I'm going to hit escape and I'm going to resize my control and drag it a little bit smaller. This time when I play my slideshow, I don't have quite as much space around it. You can continue to refine the size of your control box. Now here are some of the hardware and software considerations when you're working with QuickTime clips. You do have to have QuickTime installed on your computer. If you don't already have it, go to apple.com/QuickTime to download and install it on your PC. You may also want to check that you have the most recent version. PowerPoint 2010 64-bit is not compatible with the 32-bit QuickTime. Make sure you have matching 32 or 64-bit versions of QuickTime and Microsoft Office. You want to make sure that your QuickTime clip will play on other computers. Be sure to use the optimized media compatibility utility on your PowerPoint file before you share it with others. We'll explore optimized media compatibility at length later in this course. If you're creating your presentation in PowerPoint 2010, but it may be used with PowerPoint 2007, you should convert your MOV file to WMV Windows Media Format, or another file format that plays natively in PowerPoint 2007. You won't be able to guarantee that they'll have QuickTime installed, and you don't want to take any chances. If you're planning to export your PowerPoint slideshow into its own movie, the QuickTime clip may not play. In that case, you have a few options. First, see if using the optimized media compatibility checker does the trick. You may want to convert the original MOV, M4V, or MP4 video to WMV Windows Media Format, and then insert it into the presentation. You can also try a third-party video export program like FFD Show. That includes additional codec utilities. QuickTime video clips may still have a few compatibility issues, but as the distinctions blur between PCs and Macs, MOV and MP4 file formats will become ubiquitous, and will become easier and easier to use them natively within PowerPoint. Flash is an interactive multimedia format used widely on the World Wide Web. Some Flash media are graphics that allow users to interact with the animation by moving and clicking their mouse, but Flash is also used to create animated movies. PowerPoint 2010 will allow you to play a Flash movie during your presentation, just as if it were any other media clip. Flash technology is owned by Adobe.com, although years ago it was developed by Shockwave. As a result, the file extension for Flash is SWF. The procedure for inserting Flash content into your presentation is exactly the same as any other video. For more information about inserting videos into PowerPoint, please see the lesson earlier in this course. We're going to replace this logo with an animated Flash logo. Go up to the Insert tab, and on the far right-hand side in the Media group, click on the Video button. If you only want to see Flash files in this dialog box, come down to where it says Video Files. Use the drop-down. and choose the bottom choice, Adobe Flash Media. You'll be left with your icons with the red F. I'll click on my icon. I'll decide if I'm going to embed the file by inserting it or link to it. I'll go ahead and choose Insert. My Flash animation lands in the middle of my screen. I'll go ahead and drag it up to the upper left-hand corner and resize it so it's smaller. I'll use my arrows on my keyboard to fine-tune the placement, and I'll come down to the button to start my slideshow. And here's my animated logo. That looks great. I'll hit Escape to go back to normal view. Now, if that method of inserting your Flash file doesn't work, or if you prefer to do things the hard way, there's another way you can insert Flash video as a Shockwave control object instead of as a video. To use this technique, we need to add the Developer tab to the ribbon. Click on the File tab, and then go down and click on Options. Click on Customize Ribbon in the left-hand column, and under Customize the ribbon on the right side, put a check mark in front of Developer, and then click OK. Now I'm going to go down to slide 6, and we're going to put our web logo in this open space. Go to your new Developer tab right up here. In this Controls group, there's a button that says More Controls. It has a wrench and a hammer and a ... on it. I'll click on it, and in the list of controls that appears, scroll down near the bottom and find Shockwave Flash Object. Click on it and click OK. Now drag on the slide where you want to draw the control, starting in the upper left-hand corner and ending in the lower right. Don't worry if it's not exactly where you need it to be, or not exactly the right size. If you do need to resize the control, you can drag the sizing handles. You can pick up the box and move it where you need it to go. I have noticed that sometimes I can't resize my Flash videos after I've inserted them into this control, so if you need to specify the size, now is the time to do it. Now, let's assign our Shockwave Flash control a movie to play. I'm going to go over to Windows and find my Flash file. Again, it has the red F on the icon, and the extension is SWF. I'll hold down my Shift key, and then right-click on it, which gives me different options. And I have here Copy as Path. Go ahead and click on that, and go back to your PowerPoint. Now right-click on the Shockwave object, and choose Properties. You can also get to Properties through this button on the ribbon. My Properties window is resizable. It can be tall and skinny, or short and wide. I want to go to the Movie property, so I'll click right here, and then I'll right-click on it, and choose Paste. If your file path comes in with quotation marks, delete those. You can also set other parameters here like the height and width and other playback features. I'm going to go up to the red X and close my Properties pane. And now let's play our slideshow. My Flash animation works perfectly. Now here are some of the hardware and software considerations when working with Flash clips. You do have to have Adobe Flash Player 10 or higher installed on your computer. If you don't already have it, go to adobe.com/flashplayer to download and install it on your PC. If you're having trouble with your Flash, make sure you have the most up-to-date version. PowerPoint 2010 64-bit is not compatible with the 32-bit Flash codec. As of the recording of this lesson, 64-bit Flash was in beta. So just make sure you have matching 32 or 64-bit versions of Flash and Microsoft Office. You can't apply video effects to Flash videos. This means no soft edges, glows, bevels, or other preset formatting. You may see the formatting on the container when you're in normal view, but when you play the slide and play the Flash animation, you'll see normal square edges. In the same way, you also can't use fading or trimming capabilities. Flash videos can't be compressed when you share them. The Optimized Media Compatibility utility that you use before sharing the file with others may not work on your Flash files. We'll export Optimized Media Compatibility at length later in this course. If you're creating your presentation in PowerPoint 2010, but it may be used with PowerPoint 2007, only the method of adding the Flash through the developer control will work. Because PowerPoint 2007 doesn't recognize Flash as a native file format, you can't just insert it as a movie. And if you export your finished PowerPoint presentation as its own movie, any Flash multimedia won't work. Also, Flash animations don't play on some mobile devices. So if your PowerPoint presentation may be seen on a smartphone or a tablet, the Flash may not play. Flash videos were created for web delivery, so they may have a few compatibility issues when used inside PowerPoint. but Flash is commonly accepted on the internet, so it makes sense to be able to view Flash multimedia during a presentation. Video production software is used to make movies, but the native file formats may not be compatible with PowerPoint. If you can't find a compatible codec, try an ActiveX control as a workaround to view the file inside your presentation. For example, we're going to work with an Adobe Director file. Adobe Director is one example of movie-making software. Its regular file output won't work in PowerPoint, but with a few extra steps, we can get our finished clip to play. This same procedure will work with any number of third-party formats. We've saved our Director movie as a Shockwave Director file with a DCR file extension, and put it in the same folder as our PowerPoint file. Because you'll be linking to the file instead of embedding it, I recommend saving the movie file here, so that if you move your presentation, you won't orphan the media clip. I'll go back to my PowerPoint presentation. Our next step is to make sure that PowerPoint's Trust Center will allow ActiveX controls. Go up to the File tab, and down to Options. Choose the last option in the left column for Trust Center. And then on the right-hand side, click on the button for Trust Center Settings. About halfway down the list of options is ActiveX Settings. Make sure you're on any one of these options that will allow ActiveX controls. The level of security is up to you. But do not choose Disable all controls without notification, or the ActiveX container won't work. Click OK, and then click OK again to close PowerPoint's options. Now, we need to add a new tab to the ribbon, the Developer tab. Click on the File tab, and go back down to Options again. Click on Customize Ribbon on the left-hand side, and then about halfway down the right-hand column, put a check mark in front of Developer, and click OK. Let's go down to Slide 6 to test our web logo. And now go up to our brand new Developer tab, right at the center top of your screen. In the Control group, there's a button that has a wrench and a hammer and a ... on it. This is More Controls. Click on it, and in the list that appears, scroll down to Shockwave ActiveX Control. Now, if you don't see this option, it means that you need the latest version of Shockwave. Go to adobe.com/products/Shockwave Player to download and install it. As soon as you're done, check to see if it's on this list. If it's not, you may need to quit PowerPoint or restart your computer, but it should be here. Click OK. And now drag on the slide where you want to draw the control, starting in the upper left-hand corner and ending in the lower right. Do make sure that you're drawing the control to approximately the correct size. Changing the dimensions later will actually break the control and you'll need to reinsert it. If you need to move it, click in the middle and drag. You can also use the arrows on your keyboard to fine-tune the placement. Now, let's assign our Shockwave ActiveX control a movie to play. In Windows, find your movie, hold down your Shift key, and then right-click on it. Holding down Shift gives you a different set of options. We want Copy as Path, and click OK. Now go back to PowerPoint. Right-click on your Shockwave ActiveX control, and choose Properties. Do note that there's also a Properties button on the ribbon up here. You can resize this box to any size that you would like. Find the property that says SRC, that stands for Source. Click on it, and then right-click, and then select Paste. This puts the link to your file. If it has quotation marks before and after, please remove those. This is also your last chance to set the height and width dimensions without having to reinsert the ActiveX control again later. I'll set my height to 300, and I'm going to go down to the bottom and change my width to 350. And then I'll close my properties, and I'll adjust the location of my object on my slide. Now, let's play our slideshow. I'll come down to this button to start the slideshow. I get a dialog box that says, "An attempt has been made to access or communicate with the following location. This may represent a security risk." This is because ActiveX controls could be a method of propagating viruses. It asks if I want to allow access. If I want it just this one time, I could just click Allow. If I want this movie to always work, I could put a check mark here. I could also allow future access to this location from any movie, which would allow other movies in this control. I could also tell it don't ask again, which will allow any movie to work in my ActiveX control. For the purposes of this video, I'm going to leave them off, but you can choose which one is most appropriate for you. I'll click Allow. And there's my director movie. Now, if you're going to share this presentation with others or play it on another computer, be sure to use the Optimized Media Compatibility utility before sharing the file with others. We'll explore Optimized Media Compatibility at length later in this course. Also note that if you're going to be exporting your slideshow into a movie as your final output, ActiveX media controls won't play properly in the movie. You'll need to convert the file to WMV or another native PowerPoint media format instead of using this technique. So, if you made your movie yourself, but are limited to a few media formats that don't work natively with PowerPoint, turning them into a Shockwave ActiveX control may be exactly the workaround you need. There may be times when you want to insert a web page into your presentation. This creates an entire clickable experience right inside your slideshow. In addition, this will be a great workaround for Microsoft Silverlight, a free web browser plugin that enables interactive media experiences. However, web videos created with Silverlight cannot be imported into PowerPoint using the Insert Video from Website command that we discussed in an earlier video about YouTube. So here's an example that brings a live web page right into your presentation. So let's go down to our last slide, slide 7. The first and easiest method of visiting a web page or watching a Silverlight video would be to simply add a hyperlink to it. I'm going to go to the Insert menu and click on Text Box and draw a text box on this left-hand side. I'll type my URL, http://www.hanselandpetzl.com. Now when I hit the spacebar, or if I hit enter, it automatically recognizes that this is a URL. But if for some reason it does not, here's something that you can do. Highlight it, and then go to the Insert ribbon, and in the middle is a button that says Hyperlink. Click on it, and at the top is text to display. That's what you actually see on your slide. At the bottom is the web address that will open up in the browser. Right now they match, but you could make them different if you wanted to. And I'll click OK. Want to go back to the Home ribbon? And make my web address a little smaller so it's all on one line. Now when I show my presentation, I'll click on the slideshow button. And now when I click on the link, my favorite web browser will open up to this page. There we go. Now I'm going to close this. There are other times when instead of clicking the link and opening up a separate web browser, you would like the web page right in your slide. So I'm going to hit Escape and go back to my normal view. First, I'm going to delete the placeholder, so I'll click on it and hit Delete. Now this technique is going to involve macros, so the first thing that we have to do is enable our presentation. Go up to the File menu and choose Save As. Where it says Save As, type PowerPoint Presentation, use that drop-down and choose the second item, PowerPoint Macro Enabled Presentation, and then click Save. Our next step is to add the Developer tab to our ribbon. Go back to the File tab again, and go down to Options. Click on Customize Ribbon right in the middle, and then put a check mark in the Developer ribbon on the right-hand side, and click OK. Now go up to that new Developer tab that you just added. It's right in the top center of your screen. And in the Controls group, there's a button that has a wrench and a hammer and a ... Go ahead and click on it, and then scroll down to Microsoft Web Browser. Click on it, and click OK. We're going to draw the container for the website. I recommend going as wide as possible. When I let go of my mouse button, I see a Windows icon in the middle. Now what we need to do is create a Visual Basic routine that will open the browser in this control. Go up to the first button in the ribbon that says Visual Basic, and click on it. Click on the plus sign next to VBA Project in the left-hand column, and keep opening it. Now this says slide 8. It does not matter what slide you're actually on, just keep note of that number. I'll go ahead and I'll double-click on it, and it opens up a VBA code box. Now if you have our exercise files, go over to Windows, and we've saved them for you where it says 0304 web page. text document. If you don't have our exercise files, pause your video right now and copy down this code. I'm gonna highlight the code and right-click on it and copy it, and then close down Notepad. And I'll go back to my VBA pane and paste it. Now because every computer is different, this says slide 10 and this says slide 8, so I'll change this number right here to match whatever number it says right there. I'll close it and close VBA. Now, we need to create a button that will activate our new macro. Go back to the Insert tab and choose Shapes. At the very bottom, you see a series of action buttons. You can click any symbol that you like. I'm going to use the Home. Now I'm going to hold down my Shift key as I draw my button, that way it'll stay square. When I let go, I get an Action Settings dialog box, and I'll put a dot in front of Run Macro. And there's the macro that I just created. And I'll click OK. Now when I go to run my presentation, I'll click on my house, and my browser will appear. I'll be able to surf from here just like I would on the web, so while it takes several programming steps to implement, the ability to link to an entire web page in your presentation can certainly enhance your content. There may be times when your video clip is longer than you want it to be. Maybe you only want to use a segment in the middle. You don't have to open up the clip in a separate video editing program. You can make the trim right inside PowerPoint 2010. It's a good idea to keep your multimedia focused on material that supports the specific point you're making, and trim out extraneous material from the beginning or end. I'm working on slide 4 in our presentation. You can use any video clip you've embedded in your slideshow. Do note that this technique works on embedded and linked media, but only videos that you've actually embedded will receive the benefits of the optimization utility and the compressed media tools that we'll explore later in this course. Click on your media clip. When you're clicked on it, 2 new video tools ribbons will appear in the upper right-hand corner of your screen: Format and Playback. Click on the Playback tab. On the left side, there's a button that has a movie reel and the words Trim Video. Click on it, and a Trim Video dialog box opens. At the top, you can see your clip name on the left and the duration on the right. Now, 35 seconds is too long for most PowerPoint presentations. At the bottom, you'll see a timeline. The green handle on the left is the beginning of the clip, and the red handle on the right is the ending of the clip. You can also see sound waves in the middle. These can help you find the perfect place to start or stop in coordination with your video. Below the timeline are specific start times and end times. These will change as we move the handles. And you can type in the boxes or use the up and down arrows to specify the exact moment yourself. If I click on the timeline, a blue play head appears. In the middle, I have a play arrow and buttons on either side that will allow me to advance and rewind 1 frame at a time. By using these buttons, I can click approximately where I want to start and end, and then fine-tune that moment. My clip starts with the videographer saying, "We're rolling." And I'm rolling. So right after it, I pause. Now this pause at 3.248, I can move my green handle to meet that point. And when I play it, I can refine my moment. Cancel and pedal. It looks like I can go even further. I'm going to move this up to 3608. That will be my start time. I also want to keep my testimonial short and sweet, so I'll end it after she talks about pricing. They never fail to send me out of here with an amazing bouquet or an amazing product. And if you just can't beat the price, now you can see that I ended a touch late right there. So I'm going to adjust my end time to 26.691. When I hit tab, it jumps to that moment. When I'm done, I'll click the OK button. I'll click my play button to preview it. Cancel and pedal has been for years providing me the most amazingly beautiful floral arrangements I could even imagine. And we just can't beat the price. So now we have a shortened clip. Now, if you find that your start or finish is a bit abrupt, consider also using the fade in and fade out techniques covered in a later lesson. If you need to make any adjustments, you can go back into Trim Video and make your changes. I'll cancel this window. Now that I've trimmed the length of my clip, you can save some file size by using the Compress Media feature. Compress Media will delete the unused portion of your video. Once you've compressed your media clip, that trimmed material will be gone, and if you change your mind about trimming points though, you'll need to start over again with a fresh import. We'll explore compressed media in detail later in this course. Now, there is another way that you can start your video playback from a point other than the beginning. Beyond using the trim tools, go to the Animations tab and open up the animation pane so that you can see your video on the right-hand side. Now notice right now this is in on-click pause mode. Change this in the animation gallery to play. Then go to the drop-down button to the right of your video clip and choose Effect Options. Now here's an option for Start Playing from Beginning is its natural place, and we've set the trim so that the trim point is the new beginning. You also would have the ability to start it from last position. What that means is that if you return to a video that you had already started playing but stopped, it would pick up where it left off. You also have this option here, From Time. We started our trim at 3.608, so this is another method that I could use to do essentially the same thing. However, I wouldn't be able to change the end the way I can with the trim tools. I'll go ahead and click OK. I'll click on my video again and go back to my playback tab and shut my animation pane. Now here are a few troubleshooting tidbits for you. The first is that some video formats, like Flash, don't allow you to trim in PowerPoint. If your trim video button is grayed out, you'll need to perform the trim in a third-party application. If you inserted your video when you were using PowerPoint 2007 and then hadn't used the conversion utility that we'll talk about later in this course, this button may also be grayed out. And, in some circumstances, you may trim several seconds from the beginning of your video, and your file size goes up. One theory is that PowerPoint keeps the start code for your video even if you don't use it, to ensure that the video will play properly under any circumstances. In other words, PowerPoint has to store additional instructions to play a video clip that doesn't include its original starting point. The ability to quickly and easily trim the beginning and end points of your video clip right inside PowerPoint will save you hours of time now that you don't have to open up video editing software for quick edits. If your video clip begins or ends abruptly, you can soften the intros and outros by applying fade-in and fade-out effects. The fade effect creates an animated transition between your first frame and your fade duration, and again your last frame and its ending fade duration. If your first and last frames are black, you'll see a fade-in from black effect. If they're not, you'll see an interesting blur. To create a fade, click on the media clip that you want to adjust. I'm working on slide 6 of my presentation. When I click on my media clip, I have new tabs appear for Video Tools, Format, and Playback. I'll click on Playback. In the editing tools on the left-hand side, I see 2 boxes for fade duration, fade in, and fade out. I can either use my arrows to increase them and decrease them in 0.25 increments, or I can also type in the box. Now when I preview my video, I can see that blur up. It's actually my anniversary tonight, and I forgot about it, and I'll skip to the end, at least saving my relationship tonight, so it's where I come every time. So you can see that blur effect. Now, if you do really want a true fade in from black and fade out to black, but your video clip does not have a black frame for the first frame and the last frame, here's a workaround that you can use. I'm going to go to slide 4 and apply this effect to this video. The first thing that I need to do is set this movie to play automatically. I'll go to my Video Tools Playback ribbon and change the start from on click to automatically. The next step is to create my black box. I'll go to Insert and Shapes, and I'll choose a rectangle. I'll drag it to my exact dimension of my video clip. Next, I need to change the color to black, so I'll go to the Drawing Tools Format tab that appears and click on Shape Fill and select black. Now I need to animate these 2 effects. Go to your Animations tab. Because this rectangle is already black, I'm going to want it to fade away. So I'm going to click on the More button in my animation effects and find Fade Out. I'll make its duration 1.5 seconds. I'll open up the animation pane by clicking on this button. Right here on the right-hand side of the ribbon, I do want this animation to happen at the same time as my movie. So I'm going to change the start from on click to with previous so that it starts fading at the same time my movie starts playing. Now, I need to make it fade to black at the end. So I'm going to click on that rectangle, right-click on it, copy it, click on it again, right-click, and paste. Now I have two rectangles. I'll also move it right on top of the first rectangle. Now this time I want this shape to fade in because it doesn't exist, and then I want to see it as black. So I'm going to change the effect option to fade in. And I want this to happen after the other effect. So I'm going to change the start this time to after previous. And again, up the duration to 1.5. Now let's play our slide and see how it works. I'll click on slideshow. Hansel and Petal has been for you. There's my fade in. Amazingly beautiful. Now, because this is all working on timing, I can't actually fast forward through this video. So we're going to watch it to get something. And I'm always greeted with a smile. They always provide excellent recommendations. And they never fail to send me out of here with an amazing bouquet or an amazing product. And we just can't beat the price. And there's our fade out. So we've created a fade in from black and a fade out from black by using 3 objects, animations, and animation timings. The ability to create this fade will definitely smooth out the flow of your presentation so that your media doesn't jolt the audience. There may be times when your video clip was shot too high or too low, or maybe you want to pull in tight to improve the style. You don't have to open up the clip in a video editing program. You can do the cropping right inside PowerPoint. Note that cropping is different from resizing. While resizing changes the dimensions of the clip itself, cropping cuts off the top, bottom, left, or right so that unwanted side material is actually gone from the video. I'm working on slide 4 in my presentation. You can use any video clip you've linked or embedded. In our video, we have black bands at the top and bottom, so the clip would look better if we just focused on the star of our show. Click on the media clip. While you're clicked on it, 2 new tabs will appear: Video Tools Format and Playback. We want the Format tab. On the right side, there's a group called Size, and in it, a big button that says Crop. Go ahead and click on it. The handles on the corners and middles of my box go from white round circles to black lines. The shape of the handles will be familiar if you've done any cropping in other Microsoft Office programs. When I put my cursor over them, it mirrors the same shape, so I know I'm dragging the correct handle. Click and drag the top black line down to the top of the black border. Now do the same for the bottom. Bring it up to cut off the black. I could also use these L-shaped handles in the corners to move both the walls and the ceiling at the same time. When I'm done, just click off the video anywhere on the slide. When I play my video, I can see my new cropping edges. Hansel and Petal has been for years, but I'll click Escape to go back to the normal view. If you like what you're seeing, you're done. If you don't like it, just click on the crop button again and fine-tune your placement. If you want complete precision with your cropping, use the Launcher button in the bottom right-hand corner of the Size group. In the dialog box that appears, click on Crop on the left-hand side. Now you have 8 further adjustments you can make. The top section is Picture Position. This refers to the picture within the bounding box. If I adjust the height and the width, the video itself expands and contracts. Offset X and Offset Y move the video within the bounding box. When I increase these offsets, gaps may appear on the left and the right-hand side. The same will happen if I move it up and down. The bottom half crop position relates to the size of the box itself. Any changes I make to the height and width here are also reflected in the size boxes up in the ribbon. The left and top settings refer to the exact position of the video on the slide. Move these up and down, and the location of the clip will move. Once you've got your video perfectly sized and oriented, click Close. And then click off of your picture. Now here's another way you can get to your cropping options. Right-click on your media clip, and in this little shortcut menu, there's a section with video tools. Cropping is this little button right here, which will change your resize handles into cropping handles. I'll go ahead and press escape to leave this mode. Now that you've cropped your clip, you can save some file size by using the compress media feature. We'll explore compressed media in detail later in this course. For now, know that compressed media will delete the unused portion of your video, and it may reduce your video's quality as well. Once you've compressed your media clip, that cropped material will be completely gone. If you change your mind about your cropping points, you'll need to start over again with a fresh video import. The ability to quickly and easily crop away sides of your video clip right inside PowerPoint will save you hours of time, now that you don't have to open up video editing software for quick edits. There may be times when the first frame of your video isn't the best representation of its content. Selecting a poster frame allows you to choose what the viewer will see until your video starts. You have two options. You can use any frame from your video, or you can use another image entirely. To choose a frame from your video as a poster frame, you can either press play to begin playing the video, pencil and pedal and pause when you find a frame that you like, amazingly beautiful, or you can click around and use your forward and back buttons until you find a moment that you like. I think this is a great frame, so I'll go up to my Video Tools Format ribbon and over to the Poster Frame button on the left-hand side and choose Current Frame. At the bottom of the video, it now says Poster Frame Set. When I click off the video, that's the frame I see. But when I play the video, it plays from the beginning. It has been for years providing me to. Your second option is to use a picture as a poster frame. It doesn't have to be from inside the media clip at all. In fact, you can use this technique to create a kind of title slide for the video. Let's go to slide 6 and click on our video. Now notice when I click on the Video Tools Playback tab that this video has a fade in and fade out duration. This makes a nice effect when you have an image as a poster frame. Now I'll go to my Format ribbon, and I'll click on Poster Frame, and then I'll choose Image from File. I'll navigate to the image that I want, and click on it, and click Insert. Again, it says Poster Frame Set down at the bottom. And now when I click Play, my video will fade in from this poster frame. That all is awesome. It's actually my anniversary tonight, and that looks great. The ability to choose your own starting frame for your media clips will significantly enhance the quality of your presentation. If your video is under or overexposed, you can adjust the brightness and contrast right inside PowerPoint without having to open up third-party video editing software. It's easy. Here's how. On slide 4, I have our 90-second TV spot, and it's overexposed. You can see how overly bright it is. I'd like to darken this clip a little. Click on the media clip, and then under the Video Tools tab, on the Format ribbon, look over on the far left side in the Adjust group, and there's a button with a sun on it that says Corrections. Click on it, and a grid of 25 squares will open. The current levels are in the very center with a box around them. Brightness 0% normal, and contrast 0% normal. As you hold your cursor over the other boxes, you can see your media clip get brighter and darker. Brightness is the amount of light or exposure in the media clip. It goes from left to right, low to high. Low brightness is almost black. High brightness is almost white. Contrast is the difference between the latest and darkest parts of the picture. Low contrast is at the top, and high contrast is at the bottom. With high contrast, whites are bright and blacks are dark. With low contrast, they meet in the middle and become much more gray. It's always worth taking a look at these corrections to see if they'll make a difference in the appearance of your video. If you find one you like, click on it, and your video will be corrected to that level of brightness and contrast. I'm going to choose brightness -20 and contrast 0. Now, if these presets aren't perfect, you can also fine-tune them. Start by choosing one that's close, like we just did. Then go back up to the Corrections button and choose the option at the very bottom, Video Corrections Options. A dialog box will open, and on the left-hand side you can see that we're in the Video section. If your dialog box is covering your video clip, move it off to the side. The second Presets button down, under Brightness and Contrast, has the same presets we were just using. Below that, Brightness and Contrast both have sliders that you can drag back and forth. and spinners that you can use to move them up and down. If you want, you can also type values into these boxes. If you don't like what you see, you could always click the reset button to remove all of your adjustments and start over again. But I like the way this looks, so I'm going to go ahead and click close at the bottom. Now your media clip has been adjusted perfectly. The ability to perform color corrections on your media clips right inside PowerPoint is much easier than working in a video editing application. One of PowerPoint's most attractive special effects is that you can give your videos a color cast. More than just the standard sepia tone, you can choose a color palette to match your presentation. This adds visual interest and originality to your project. I'm working on slide 6 of my file. Click on your media clip and go up to the Video Tools ribbon and click on the Format tab. Look on the left side at the Adjust group, and you'll see a button for color. Click on it and a grid of 21 squares will open. The first box is your video without any coloring applied. Across the top, you have grayscale, sepia, washout, and 3 levels of black and white. The second and third rows have dark and light variations of 7 different colors. As you hold your cursor over each one of them, your clip will take on those color casts. Recolor takes advantage of PowerPoint's themes. If I go up to the Design tab, and then over on the right-hand side to Colors, I can drop down that menu and select another color scheme. I'm going to go all the way down to the bottom and select Verve, which has colors that coordinate well with Hansel and Petal's color scheme. To use Recolor with the theme colors, go back to the Video Tools Format ribbon and click on Color again. This time, click on More Variations, and you'll see all the colors that coordinate with Hansel and Petal's Verve color scheme. I'll choose Dark Purple, Accent 4, Lighter 80. Also on the Color button, there's a menu item for video color options. When I click on it, a dialog box opens, and on the left-hand side, you can see that we're in the Video section. If the dialog box is covering your video, move it off to the side. The top button says Recolor Presets, and it shows you the same options we worked with from the ribbon. The only problem with making my choice from here is that I have to actually click on each of the schemes to update the live preview and see how it looks with my media clip. So I'm going to leave it where I am right now. Now below Recolor, I also have sliders for brightness and contrast that I can drag back and forth, and spinners that I can use to click up and down to fine-tune my correction levels. I'll bump up my brightness to 9%. And my contrast to 4%. For more information about these controls, please watch the Correcting Brightness and Contrast video in this course. If you've made changes but don't like what you see, you could click the Reset button to remove all your adjustments and start over again. I'm not going to click it because I like the changes that I've made, so I'm going to click Close. Now my media clip has a new color cast that enhances its visual interest. The ability to recolor your media clips right inside PowerPoint allows you to coordinate them with the look and feel of your presentation. I've done presentations when I wished I could easily skip over parts of my video clips if the content wasn't right for a specific audience. In PowerPoint 2010, you have the ability to navigate within your video clips by inserting bookmarks at specific moments. I'm working on slide 4, and I'll click on my media clip. Play your video. And at the point where you want to insert your first bookmark, you can click the pause button. I'll pause my video just before she says welcome to Hansel and Petal. I can use the forward and back controls to fine-tune the moment. Also notice that if I hold my cursor over the play pause button, I can use the keyboard command Alt-P to start and stop the playback. Because I want to pause the video just before she says welcome to Hansel and Petal, I want to move my video to 12.24. Now your video time signatures may be a little bit different than mine, but for the purposes of this video, you just need to get close. Up on the Video Tools tab on the Playback ribbon, there's an option on the left-hand side for Add Bookmark. Click on it, and a line with a dot will appear in the timeline below the video clip. Press play again and repeat the process. You can also pick up and drag the playhead or click where you want it to go, if that will be faster. I'll place bookmarks at each scene change in our video. Again, yours does not have to be exactly the same as mine. I'll place my first one at 23:94 when we get to our flowers. My second one will be at 36:51 with our first interview. Again, I'll click Add Bookmark. My next bookmark will go when she goes into the freezer box at approximately 53:64. Add Bookmark. My next bookmark will begin with my next interview at 101:64. The next bookmark will go with my lilies around 121:69. And I'll put my last one with the owner again, approximately 127. Now, if you have a bookmark that you don't want, click on it so it turns yellow, and then come up here to the Remove Bookmarks button, and it will disappear. Once you have all your bookmarks placed, let's play our slideshow and see how the bookmarks work. I'll go down to the Start Slideshow button. When I hold my cursor over my video, I can see my bookmarks that I could use to jump to certain sections that I want. When I'm playing the video, I can use Alt-End to move forward. Take a lot of pride that Alt-Home to move back. Pride that every piece that leaves our shop is a one-of-a-kind creation. No two arrangements are ever. In addition to navigating within your video, you can also use bookmarks to initiate actions on your slides. We'll explore that technique in the video about using bookmarks as triggers. Be sure to check it out. One of my favorite PowerPoint 2010 tricks is using your bookmarks to trigger animations. For example, you can use this technique to create text overlays on your videos, or animate an object at a certain point when playing a clip. If you don't have access to video editing software, you can use this technique to add text titling to your media clips. In our video clip, I would like to have text titles fade in and out after each transition in the video. As the video fades out, I want my company's logo to spin up into the center. To do that, I first need to insert bookmarks at each transition spot. I need one every time I want the text to appear, and one every time I want the text to fade away. This exercise file already has the bookmarks placed for you. If you're working with your own files, I showed you how to insert bookmarks in the Adding Video Bookmarks movie in this chapter. When I hold my cursor over each bookmark, it's labeled in the order that I added them to the video. In this case, I bookmarked all my transitions first. And then I went back and bookmarked all the locations where I want my text to fade, since I didn't add them in sequence. They aren't labeled 1, 2, 3, but that's not a problem. It's just something to be conscious of. Now, I need to insert the text box that I want to fade in as my video starts. Go up to the Insert ribbon and click on Text Box in the middle of the ribbon. Drag a box where you want it to go. I'll start my first box at the bottom left, and then drag down and to the right. When I let go, a dotted box will appear. Type 90 seconds. Now, because my box is black and my text is black, I can't see anything, but I know it's there. Triple click in the left half of the box to select all the text. Then go up to the Drawing Tools Format ribbon that appears. And in the Word Art Styles, click on the More button to drop down the gallery. In the second half where it says Applies All Text in the Shape, click on the first option for Fill White, Warm, Matte, Bevel. This gives a graceful 3D effect. Now, switch to the Animations ribbon, and we'll choose the entrance animation that we want. To keep my presentation classy and consistent, I'm going to use the standard fade. I want to make sure that my timing works well, so I need to make a decision about where I want this text to begin. This video has a fade-in applied. We covered fade-ins and fade-outs earlier in this chapter. I'll click on my movie, and then click on Playback. And I can see that I have a fade duration. My fade-in is 1.0, and my fade-out is 2.0. If I want the text to animate at the same time that my video fades in, then place a bookmark at the very beginning of the video at 000. If I want my text to animate after the video's fade-in is complete, place your first bookmark a little further in at the end of your video's fade. In this case, I want the first caption to fade in simultaneously with my video, so I'll make the length of the text box's entrance duration match the length of the video's fade-in duration. Since this is 1.0, I'll go back to my Animations tab, click on my text box, and change the duration to 1.0. Now, let's set this text box to fade in when the video starts. Slightly to the left, there's a button that says Trigger. Click on it and a drop-down appears with the choices of On Click Of, and On Bookmark. Hold your cursor over On Bookmark, and a list of all your bookmarks will appear. The bookmarks are listed consecutively in their order through the video. So the first one is the first bookmark, the second one is the second bookmark, and so forth. The reason why I say it that way is that the numbers themselves may not be consecutive. The numbers assigned to each one refer to the order you added them to the video. So click on the first bookmark no matter what number it has assigned to it. If your text is going to remain over your video the entire time, you're actually already done. But we're going to do things the hard way with several text boxes and a logo. So we need this text box to fade out. Go back up to the Animations ribbon again and click on the Add Animation button. Go down to the Exit Animations and choose Fade. Now that we have several animations applied to this text box, let's open up the animation pane by clicking on this button. And on the right, we can now control every aspect of this complex action. Notice that our exit is at the top. That's because we haven't applied its trigger yet. While we're clicked on it here, click on your trigger button. Go down to On Bookmark and choose our second bookmark. The exit animation moves to the bottom of the list. I also want this to fade away fairly quickly, so I'll make sure its duration is still 0.5 seconds. Now let's add our second text title. Click on the border of the first one. Click on the edge of our 90 seconds text box. Then right-click on it so that you get your full menu and choose Copy. Then right-click anywhere on the video and choose Paste. We get a second copy of 90 seconds. I'll pick it up and I'll move it to the right. Triple-click on the text to highlight it again and change the text to Shots of Location. If your text box is too small and your words wrap, use your middle handle to make it a little larger. Go to the Home ribbon, and then come over here to the Align Text Right button, so that the text is right justified. Next, I want to make sure that our two text boxes are aligned. So while one of them is highlighted, I'll hold down my Shift key and click on the other one, so that both are selected at the same time. I'll go up to the Arrange button, and come down to Align, and I'll tell them to align in the middle, so that they're both at the exact same height. Click off of the two, and then click back on Shots of Location. Now notice that the animations for this text box also got duplicated, but they're at the top of the list, so the triggers are not sequential. Click on the first entrance animation. If I hold my cursor over it, I can verify that I have the correct text box. It says Shots of Location. Now, I can go down to my timeline and verify which bookmark numbers we want. I want this to come in at bookmark 15 and fade at bookmark 8. When I go back to the Animations ribbon and click on Trigger, I'll have it start on bookmark 15. And sure enough, it's the third one. Then I'll click on my Exit Animation, click on Trigger, and have it leave on bookmark 8, the fourth trigger. Now they're all in the right order. Now, normally I would label the rest of these transitions as well by duplicating these text boxes and either moving them to separate parts of the slide, or they can also layer on top of each other, and each one will fade in and fade out in the exact same spots. Just for the sake of time, we're going to skip to the end and just do our logo. Go to the Insert ribbon and choose the second button, Picture. Navigate to the card.png file, or an image of your own choice. Double-click on it, or click Insert. And the logo is now in the center of your slide. But it's a little big. I'll go ahead and I'll resize it down. And then I'll move it into the center of my slide. I'll use the same alignment trick as before. I'll hold out my Shift key and click on my movie so that both clips are highlighted. And I'll go back to my Arrange button, choose Align, and I'll line them in the center. And then I'll go back to Arrange, Align again, and Align Middle. Now it's perfectly in the center. I'll click off of the two images so that nothing's highlighted, and click back on my logo again. Now go back to the Animations ribbon. Click on the More button to show the entire animations gallery. And we'll choose Grow and Turn. Increase the duration to 1.25 seconds. And then set the trigger to the very last bookmark on the list. Okay, let's see how it looks. I'm going to show my slideshow. There's my first text fade in, and my shots of location fade in, and it fades out. Welcome to Hansel, and now I'm gonna jump to the end of my video, especially. So we would love to see you here. If you can't make it into the shot, please check us out, and here's our logo. That looks great. PowerPoint 2010's ability to assign animations to bookmarks opens up a whole new level of multimedia. The fact that you can add text titles and animated logos to your videos without doing a lick of video editing will enhance the professional standards of your slideshows with very little investment of time or money. Once you insert a video into your presentation, you'll want to specify its size on the slide. Here are several different techniques you can use. I'm going to go to slide 6 of my presentation. Notice I have a place for my video, but no placeholder. If I was using a placeholder, my video would resize itself to fit the given space. If I insert a video cleanly into a slide, however, the video will come in at its original size. I'll go up to the Insert tab, and then to the far right to the Video button. And I'll insert welcome_3s. When I first insert the video onto my slide, it's so large that it covers up my slide title. The simplest way to resize your video is to use the handles in the corners. When you hold your cursor over one of the dots, it will turn into a double-headed arrow. Click and drag, and your video will become smaller or larger. If you need your video to be larger, you may get mixed results depending on how the media asset was encoded. You may find that the image loses resolution and gets fuzzy. In that case, there's nothing you can do from inside PowerPoint. You'll need to go back to your original footage and export it at a larger size. Going smaller, though, will never be an issue. Now don't use the side handles or the top and bottom handles when resizing your video. You'll lose your proportions and your imagery will come in short and fat or tall and skinny. I'm going to undo that resize. If you want to specify the exact dimensions of your video, click on your video and go up to the Video Tools Format ribbon, and on the far right-hand side there's controls for height and width. You can type values into the box. Or you can use the spinner arrows to increase or decrease the dimensions in 0.1 increments. Notice that as I adjust the height, the width changes too. And if I adjust the width, the height changes. One thing to note when adjusting your size is that PowerPoint's compression utility requires that both the height and the width be divisible by 4. If you'll be compressing your media assets at the end of your project, keep this in mind as you set your dimensions. For even more control, click on the little launcher arrow in the bottom right corner of the size group. A dialog box opens, and I can see that I'm in the size section. If needed, drag on the bar at the top to move it so it doesn't cover your video. In addition to the same height and width boxes, I also have a rotation. Click on it and you can see your video tilt. Up will tilt it clockwise, and down will tilt it counterclockwise. I'll return it to 0. Scale works exactly like height and width, but instead of showing its actual dimensions, you can see how its current size compares to its original size as expressed in a percentage. This lock aspect ratio checkbox causes the media clip to stay proportional, so that the height and width adjust in tandem. If you want to adjust one but not the other, uncheck this box. If this box is unchecked, though, you run the risk of distorting your video image, so it's usually best to leave it on. If you uncheck relative to original picture size, after you change the dimensions and leave this dialog box, your new settings will become the new 100%, instead of staying at 82%. In other words, every change you make becomes the clip's new default size. The drawback to using this setting is that once an image is sized at 100%, making it larger may reduce your clip's clarity. If you're less concerned with the clip size in inches, because after all your slideshow is multimedia and not printed on paper, you can use Best Scale for Slideshow and choose your screen resolution from the drop-down list. Your video will resize itself to the appropriate resolution, but note that your choice here must match your actual screen resolution, otherwise your video will become distorted. I'm going to turn it off again. Note at the bottom of this dialog box, you can see the original dimensions of the clip before you started adjusting it. If you don't like what you did, you can always click this reset button to put it back to its initial default size and then start over again. Once you have your size how you would like it, click the close button at the bottom and your changes are saved. Here are a few more ways of getting your size adjustments. Notice that when I clicked on my movie, because I've been in the size box, I now have a green rotate handle that I can use to spin my video around. If I right-click on the video clip, the height and the width are available right in this little pop-up. You can also choose size and position off the shortcut menu, and it goes right to the dialog box we just explored. Adjusting the size of a video clip is extremely easy to do, and between the object handles, the ribbon, and the dialog box, PowerPoint allows you to set your size with just the level of complexity you need. For maximum wow factor, consider playing your video inside a shape. You can mask any video media with one of PowerPoint's built-in shapes, so that instead of a rectangle, it plays inside a diamond, a heart, or other appropriate form. Click on one of your videos. I'm on slide 6, and then go up to the Video Tools Format ribbon. Near the center of the ribbon is a button for Video Shape. Click on it. From the drop-down gallery, find a shape that matches the concept being expressed in your video. This is one of those techniques where you don't want to be gratuitous. If it's possible to enhance the viewer's understanding by choosing a relevant shape, it will make your slideshow that much more effective. Some of these shapes may cut off your media though, so try and find one with a large center area. For example, I'd love to use this heart shape, but watch what happens to the owner's face. It gets cut off by the cleft in the middle. Welcome to Hansel and Petal. We are a full-service florist specializing in weddings and corporate events, so that's not going to work. So because this is a video about a flower shop, I'm going to choose Video Shape and the 24-pointed star. I'm trying to give the look and feel of flower petals. To make this look less like a star and more like a flower, I'll click on this yellow diamond. As I drag the yellow diamond in or out and up and down, my flower becomes deeper and shallower. Find a level that's pleasing to your eye. I think having the points very shallow makes this look more floral. Once you have your shape in place, play your slideshow. Your video now has an interesting shape. Welcome to Hansel and Petal. We are a full-service florist specializing in weddings and corporate events. After your shape is applied, you can continue to stylize the media with borders and other video effects, as we'll describe in later videos in this chapter. Playing your video inside a shape departs from the normal, boring rectangles and allows you to further enhance the attitude of your presentation by choosing shapes relevant to your topic. While my slideshow has a nice 3D gradient for a background, it might look really nice to have a dynamic background of flowers behind my content. PowerPoint gives you the ability to use a media clip as the background on a slide. Here's how to make it happen. First, decide if you want the media clip to be on the background of just one slide, or if you want it to appear on all your slides. If you want it to appear everywhere, go up to the View tab and choose Slide Master on the left-hand side. Click on the top Slide Master so that this change cascades down to all of your slide masters. Go to the Insert ribbon and insert your video. We'll insert a video from File and we'll choose our background lilies. For detailed information on inserting videos, please see that chapter earlier in this course. If you're going to use a video behind other text or images, it's best to choose a movie that doesn't have a focal point. In other words, some sort of landscape or broad view is better than a clip that contains specific subject matter like people or objects. It should also be consistently dark or light, so that you can easily find a text color with good contrast. Once my video is embedded, drag the corner so that the video covers the entire slide. Notice that because we want the image to stay proportional, sections of the clip will overlap the edges of the slide. This is fine because we're only going to actually see the parts over the slide itself. Another reason that background videos shouldn't have focal objects. Now go up to the Video Tools Playback tab, and on the right, change the Start to Automatically. Then put a check in the box in front of Loop until stopped. I'll also set my volume to mute, so that if my video has any sound, it won't compete with my slideshow content. For more information about these techniques, please see the Applying Video Effects chapter of this course. Now, go up to the Video Tools Format tab, and on the right side, in the Arrange group, find the Send Backward button. Use the drop-down arrow and click on Send to Back. Now your video clip moves to the back layer, and all the placeholders on the slides reappear. Because you now have a moving picture behind your text, legibility becomes a concern. If your video is dark, consider making your text white or a coordinated light color. Most text will appear fine over it, but I find that word art comes in handy to increase contrast and improve readability. Do a Ctrl-A keyboard command to select all of the objects on your slide. Then hold down the Shift key and click on this edge of the background to deselect the background. Now go up to the Drawing Tools tab and click on Format. On the right side of the Word Art Styles group, click on the More button and come down to this green glossy word art. Now, go back up to the text fill dropdown and fill it with black. Now it has extra contrast against my video background. Do check all your other slide masters that you have in use to make sure the new style cascaded down to all slides. If it didn't, reapply those same color settings. Now go back to your Slide Master tab and close your master view. Now play your slideshow, and now you have a video background on every slide. When you click to advance your slideshow, click on a placeholder. If you're having trouble clicking, and clicking starts and stops your video instead, either click somewhere else on the slide or use your down arrow to advance the slides, depending on your computer. Having a perpetual movie and animating your text may tax your processor. You may see jumpy animation or pixelation in the background. If that happens, you'll need to apply a text animation that doesn't use up so much memory and resources. But using a simple video as a background on your slides can create a dynamic slideshow, sure to get the viewer's attention. One of PowerPoint's strengths is its vast collection of special effects that you can apply to any of your graphics, including your videos. Once you insert a video into your presentation, you can jazz it up by giving it a pre-designed style effect that combines frames, tilts, shadows, reflections, bevels, and more. Let's click on the video on the 6th slide. If you're working with your own video, and the container shows as a black box instead of the first frame of your video, working with effect presets will be easiest if you set a poster frame on your video, so that you're looking at an image instead of a black box. To learn how to select a poster frame, please see the video earlier in this course. Go to the Video Tools Format ribbon, and in the middle is a gallery of video styles. Click on the More button in the bottom right corner, and it will extend out the gallery view. Hold your cursor over all the different styles, and you'll see a live preview on your slide. The subtle effects mostly contain borders and edge effects like shadows and blurs. The moderate effects add more depth or combine two effects such as a border and a tilt. The intense effects pumps up the levels on the effects and frequently add in three-dimensional angles. Choose one you like. Try and find one that echoes the tone of your presentation so that the effect doesn't overpower your content or underwhelm it. Find a balance between subtlety and interest. For this media clip, I'm going to choose the beveled perspective left, the first of the intense effects. Notice that the perspective makes the video look like it's moved a bit to the right. Use the arrow keys on your keyboard to fine-tune the location. There's a second place you can go with more effect presets. If you click on the Video Effects dropdown, and then hold your mouse over Presets, there are 12 more styles to choose from. Now I'm going to stick with the style we chose earlier. After you've set your effects, you have the ability to adjust them all further on an individual basis. If you right-click on the video, and choose Format Video at the bottom of the shortcut menu, a Format Video dialog box will open. You can see all the current settings and tweak them as needed. For example, I'll go to 3D format and change the top bevel height to 2.5. We'll explore every setting of this dialog box in the rest of this chapter. I'll click Close. Using the video effects presets will save you a lot of time as you create a style for your videos. Instead of starting from scratch, choose an effect that gets you close to the look you're after, and then adjust from there as you'd like. Do be careful of spending too much time playing though. You can lose hours trying to get that perfect look just for a few fleeting seconds of video. Use your time wisely. Once you insert a video into your presentation, you can jazz it up by giving it a fancy border that coordinates with your theme. Click on your video, and then on the Video Tools Format ribbon, click on the Video Border button just to the right of center. Here, you can pick a color for your border. Right now my border is very, very thin, so this is very subtle. The colors up here coordinate with your PowerPoint theme. The standard colors are the standard Roy G. Biv rainbow. I'm going to go ahead and pick this red. Now I'm going to go up to the Video Border button again. If you want more colors in addition to these, click on More Outline Colors. And you can pick more colors off of the grid that appears. I'll click OK. Go back up to the button again. And now take a look at the weight. You can have anything from a hairline, up to a 6-point thick line. Go back to the button again. And now let's take a look at the dashes. There's diamonds and squares and dashes and dash dots. We're going to go ahead and go down to the bottom and choose More Lines. This opens up a border style dialog box. I'm going to slide it off to the right-hand side so that we can see our video. Notice that I'm on the border style section. Here's another setting for the width. Here I can go beyond my 6-point and make it even thicker. There's a compound type. In addition to solid, I can also have doubles and triple lines. Here's the dash type again. This time I'm going to choose long dash. The cap type is the shape of each dash and dot. Right now it's on flat, but I could also choose square and round. Now my dashes all have round edges. For the join type, look at the very corners. Right now it's on round. If I choose bevel, they very subtly flatten out. And if I choose miter, then they're square. Now I'm going to go ahead and change this dash type back to solid. Let's take a look at our border color. I'll click on this button in the left-hand corner of the dialog box. If I don't want any line at all, I could click on no line and it puts it back to normal. Here's the solid line that I just set. Now let's get into the gradient line. There's a whole series of preset colors. You can try different ones for different color effects. I'm going to choose late sunset. The type has linear, radial, rectangular, and path. I'm going to put this back to linear. Next is the direction. The direction box allows me to change the direction of the gradient. The angle will spin it around. And you can click this button until you like where your colors lie. Now the gradient stops give you full control over your colors. I can click on any one of them and change the color by clicking on this box right here. So if I don't want this to be black, I can go ahead and I could make this purple. I can drag it to change the position, or I can use this position box by scrolling up and down to move it left and right. I'll click on the second one and I'll change the brightness. So instead of being a dark blue, it will become a lighter blue. I can also make it more transparent. Right now it's solid, but I can make it almost see-through. You also have the ability to add and remove gradients. When you like what you see, close the dialog box and click off of your video. Creating a border around your video provides visual interest, creating a stylized picture frame that color coordinates with your slideshow. One of the modern styles we see today is adding shadows to our media to make it look like it's floating above the screen. Here are all the techniques you can use to make your videos pop off the slide. I'm on slide 6 and I've clicked on my video. Go up to the Video Tools Format ribbon and click on the Video Effects button. Hold your cursor over Shadow and a gallery of presets appears. The outer shadows are cast on your slide by the object, as if it had a light source above. There's shadows in every direction, above, below, to the left, and to the right. The 12 inner shadows are inset into your video, as if your clip was cut out and in back of the slide. Below that, if you scroll down, are 5 perspectives. The first 2 give the feeling that the video is standing up on a floor, and the last one helps the video float in the air. I'm going to choose the second perspective. I can see that my shadow is coming off the slide a little bit, so I'll refine it. I'll go back up to my Video Effects button and highlight Shadow again. At the very bottom is Shadow Options. I'll click on it and the Video Effects dialog box opens. I'll move it off to the side so that we can see. The same presets are found at the very top. The next button down is Color. While black makes the most sense because real-life shadows are gray, sometimes you may want to choose a shadow that matches your theme colors. You can do that here. I'll choose this dark green. Do select a dark color here because the settings will make the shadow lighter. Next, we have a set of sliders that you can drag to the left or right to fine-tune the settings. You can also type values into these boxes or use the up and down arrows. The first slider is for transparency. If you pull it to the left, the shadow becomes opaque. If you move it all the way to the right, the shadow all but disappears. I'm going to move it back to about 20%. The second slider is for the size of the shadow, but on this particular preset you may get unexpected results. I'll go ahead and I'll increase it, but that doesn't work. I'll try and undo. If the undo does not work, go back up to the preset, select it again, and start over. Blur softens the edges. Take it to the left for sharp edges, or to the right to diffuse its appearance. Angle will change the direction of the light source, but on this preset it has no effect. Last is distance. This moves the shadow away from the attached edge of the object. I'm going to put it all the way back to the left. Once you like your look, click Close. And click off your video. You're done. Creating a shadow around your video literally makes it stand out during your presentation. One of the modern styles we see today is adding reflections to our media to make it look like it's sitting on a glossy surface. What's wild is that the movie will even reflect as it plays, and what's best is that it's easy to do. Click on your video, and then go up to the Video Tools Format tab, and then click on the Video Effect button, and hold your cursor over Reflection. A gallery of presets appears. The reflection variations work from shallow to deep as you move from left to right. The shallow reflections are short and pale, while the deeper ones fade further away. From top to bottom, the reflections start right up next to your media clip, or start with a gap further away. I'm going to choose the tight reflection 4-point offset, the first icon on the second row. Once you've chosen a starting point, go up to Video Effects, back down to Reflection, and choose Reflection Options at the bottom. The Format Video dialog box opens, and we're here on the Reflection section on the left. I'm going to move the dialog box out of our way. The top button has the same presets we saw under the Video Effect button. The first slider is for transparency. If I pull it to the left, the reflection darkens and becomes opaque. If you move it all the way to the right, the shadow all but disappears. So I'm going to put it right around 35%. The second slider is for the size of the reflection. The percentage is what portion of the image will be reflected below. If it's very small, it will fade quickly. And it's very large, you may not see the end at all. We're going to put it right around 25%. Last is distance. This moves the reflection away from the bottom edge of the object. I can make it go further or closer. The blur will always be grayed out. Once you like your look, click Close, and you're done. Now what's fun about reflections is that they even move while you play your video. Start your slideshow mode and take a look. Welcome to Hansel and Petal. We are a full-service florist. If you're experiencing choppy playback, your computer may not be powerful enough to process the moving reflection. In that case, you'll need to choose a different special effect. Adding reflection under your movie clip creates an intriguing visual technique that's sure to please your audience. If you have a busy background, use a glow around your media clip to make it stand out. A glow can range from a subtle dark edge to a wild colored halo. I'm on slide 6 of my presentation. Click on your video, and go up to the Video Tools Format ribbon. Click on the Video Effects button, and drop it down. I'll hold my cursor over Glow, and a gallery of presets appears. The top row are all very thin, fine glows, and the colors vary as you move from left to right. Notice that the colors match your slideshow's theme. From top to bottom, the glows become wider and more bold. If you don't like the colors that you see, hold your cursor over more glow colors, and you can choose from your theme colors, standard colors, recent colors, and more colors. I'll choose this dark red, and click OK. Once you've chosen the starting point, go back to the Video Effects button, and back to Glow, and choose Glow Options at the bottom of the menu. We can further define it. The Format Video dialog box opens, and we're here on Glow and Soft Edges. The top button has the same presets we saw under the Video Effects button. The second button has all the same color choices that we saw under Video Effects. The first slider is for the size of the glow. If I pull it to the left, the glow becomes very subtle, just a line around the clip. But if I move it all the way to the right, the glow takes up much of the slide. Notice that you can also type in a specific value, or use the up and down arrows. The second slider is for transparency. If I pull it all the way to the left to 0, the reflection darkens and becomes opaque. If I move it all the way to the right to 100%, the glow all but disappears. I'll move it to about 20%, and again, you can adjust the percentage by typing a number or using the arrows. We'll look at the soft edges settings in the next video. Once you like your look, click close, and you're done. Adding a glow is the perfect technique to use when you need to differentiate your clip from your background, making sure it's easy for your audience to focus on the content of your video. If your video has a romantic or elegant tone, you can soften its edges so that its appearance emphasizes the emotional content. I'm on the 6th slide of my presentation. Click on your video. I'll go up to Video Tools, the Format tab, and click on the Video Effects button. Hold your cursor over soft edges, and a gallery of presets appears. The amount of blur goes from 1 point, which is very subtle, down to 50 points, which actually cuts into the outer edges of your content. I'll click on 5 points, and now I have a nice soft edge. I can also create my own custom soft edge by clicking on Video Effects and going back to Soft Edges. And now choose the soft edge options at the bottom of the menu. The Format Video dialog box opens, and we're here on Glow and Soft Edges on the left. Soft edges are the 2 settings at the bottom. The top button has all the same presets that we saw under the Video Effects button. The size slider allows you to manually adjust the blur. If I pull it to the left, the softness goes to 0. If I move it all the way to the right, the glow takes up most of the movie clip. I'll put it back to approximately 20. You may find it effective to type the values in that you want or use the arrow sliders. I'll put this to 20 point and then click close. Here's how the presentation looks. Play your slideshow. Welcome to Hansel and Petal. We are a full... Softening the edges of your movie is a simple way to soften the look and feel of your video clip, as well as give style to your presentation. You can literally make your video pop off the screen by applying a 3D rotation to your object. This makes your video look like it's moving towards the viewer. I'm on the 6th slide of my presentation. Click on your video, and then go up to the Video Tools ribbon and click on Format. Click on the Video Effects button, and come down to 3D rotation. A gallery of presets appears. The effects are broken down into 3 categories: parallel, perspective, and if you scroll down, oblique. Parallel rotations rotate the object to make shapes that look like parallelograms, where the top and bottom, or left and right sides, are all parallel to each other. Perspective rotation turns the object so that it looks like it's moving to or away from you. In other words, the top and the bottom, or the left and right sides, will have one longer than the other. Oblique effects are most like the 3D effects from previous versions of PowerPoint. They make cubes. When I try them out now though, I don't see much happening because they need to have depth applied to see the effect. I'll choose the second effect under perspective, perspective left, and click on it. Now that I've started with the preset, I can customize the angle. I'll go back up to Video Effects, 3D Rotation, and choose 3D Rotation options at the bottom. The Format Video dialog box opens. I'm in the 3D Rotation section. The top button has the same presets that we saw under Video Effects. Below that are 3 settings for the 3 axes along which we can turn the object. The x-axis turns the object from side to side along a vertical center. I can either click the 2 buttons to turn the media clip in 5-degree increments, or I can use the spinner arrows to jump 10 points at a time. The values between 100 and 270 will even flip the entire clip so it looks like you're viewing it from behind. If I want to specify an exact degree, I can erase what's here and type it right into this box. I'll go ahead and return this to 0. The y-axis turns the media clip along its horizontal center so that it spins up and down. In fact, you can spin it all the way around so it's upside down. For now, I'll return this to 0 as well. The z-axis spins the media clip around its true center 2-dimensionally, It's kind of like rotate. You can use it to give your clip a jaunty angle, or even turn it upside down. I'll return this to 0 as well. To see the perspective setting take effect, change the x-axis to 325 degrees to give it a little bit of tilt. Then click the perspective down arrow. Watch the top edge get shorter and the bottom edge get longer by the same proportion. This creates the illusion that the bottom of the clip is closer to you than the top. Also notice that your light source is changing as the angle changes. You may see brightness and contrast changes as well. The Keep Text Flat checkbox is used when you're applying 3D rotation to auto shapes, so that any text inside doesn't become distorted. It's not relevant for video clips, so that's why it's grayed out right now. The distance from the ground option adds space between your clip and the background along the bottom. Mostly it just looks like the clip is moving up or down. If you need to reset your options, there's a button right here. But I like how this looks, so I'll click close. I'll go ahead and play my slideshow. And my movie clip will play in this perspective shape. Welcome to Hansel and Petal. 3D rotation is a dynamic effect, giving a flat clip interesting dimension and visual interest. One way to stylize your presentation is to give your objects beveled edges and 3D formatting. This slants or curves the edges of an object, giving them a three-dimensional appearance as if they're popping off the screen. PowerPoint 2010 has several bevels built in. Some pull the clip up off the screen, while others make it look as if it's sunken into the slide. You can also apply a number of formats to the 3D graphics for extra emphasis. I'm on slide 6, and I'm going to click on my movie. We're going to turn our video into a rounded cube. We're going to start by applying a 3D rotation to the clip so that we can really see the settings in action. I showed you more about perfecting 3D rotations in the previous video. On the ribbon, go up to Video Tools and click on the Format tab. Then click on the Video Effects button. Hold your cursor over 3D rotation, and a gallery of presets appears. Choose the less of the oblique settings. You'll have to scroll down all the way to the bottom. For now, it doesn't look like anything has changed, but we'll see the effect once we add some depth to the video clip. Next, go back up to Video Effects and hold your cursor over Bevel. The gallery of presets appears. Hover your cursor over each one, and you can see how it adds curved edges to your movie clip. I'll click on Cool Slant, the last one on the top row. Now I have a nice raised effect with a stylized edge. Once I've applied the bevel style, I'll further customize the look. Go back up to the Video Effects button and back down to Bevel. And at the very bottom, choose 3D Options. The Format Video dialog box opens, and we're here on 3D Format in the left-hand section. If your window is covering your video, move it off to the left. The first two settings are for the top and bottom bevels. If we're looking at the clip head-on, these settings are hard to distinguish. But when you have a 3D rotation applied, these adjustments become readily apparent. Depending on the angle of your rotation, you'll set either the top or the bottom, depending on which one you can see. To show you what I mean, right now our Cool Slant bevel is applied to the top. If I turn this bevel off, and then apply Cool Slant to the bottom, you can't really tell it's there. If I went to 3D rotation and rotated my object so that I was looking at it from the bottom instead of the top, you might see the Cool Slant a little better. But I'm going to go back to 3D format, turn off the bottom again, and turn back the top. Both top and bottom allow you to fine-tune the width and the height of the slants and curves. If I increase the width, it extends the distance of the effect from the top of the clip. You can see the bevel edge moving towards the center of the clip. I'll set the top bevel width 25 points. If I increase the height, it thickens and deepens the 3D effect. Increasing the height is one of the most effective special effects for turning a simple video into an actual physical object on the slide. I'll set the height to 15 points. The next setting is depth. Depth makes the object thicker and allows you to change the color of the pixels that create the sides of the object. As before, it's most effective when you have a 3D rotation applied. If I drop down the color button and choose one of the aquas, I can see a very faint line at the bottom of the object and a subtle color change on the right side. But now start increasing the depth. I'll go ahead and I'm going to type in 75. Now my object is a block. I can see the aqua on the bottom, and the sides of the object get bigger. Now let's explore the contour color. Contour allows you to specify the color and the size of outlines around all the edges of your 3D effect. I'll choose this darker aqua to match our theme, and I'll increase the size to 6 so that you can really see it. If I click off, I can now see a teal border on all sides of my cube. Sometimes this helps distinguish the sides from the top, but other times it serves as a distraction. I do think the line helps emphasize the cube effect I'm trying to create, but this thick one looks too garish. I'm going to click on it again and set it back to 1 point so that it's just a hairline. Material simulates different surface finishes. Let's try a few. Matte, the first button, takes off the reflections. Clear, the very last of the translucent options, makes the clip look like it's playing inside a shadow box. I'm going to click on it again and choose metal, the last option in the top row. That makes the surface glossy. The lighting options change the video to look as if you were viewing it under different lighting conditions. The neutrals at the top emulate qualities of white light. Warm adds red to the lighting conditions as if it were sunrise or sunset. Cool lighting adds a touch of blue. Special at the bottom have their own unique qualities. For our video, I'm going to choose the second option, balance. Once I've selected my lighting conditions, I can also set the direction of my light source. This angle goes from 0 to 359.9. And if I just hold down the up arrow, I can watch the sun rise and set around my three-dimensional object. I'm going to choose 300 so that my top edge is a little lighter and my bottom curved edges are emphasized. If you've applied a number of adjustments but you decide to go back to where you began, you can use this reset button to return all the bevel settings to 0. But I like what I have, so I'm going to click close. When I go down to the slideshow, you can see the beveled edges with the increased width and depth. I can see the depth on the sides, the contour line. Now what's really neat is that when I start my video, my image even curves around the edges of the bevel. This is an audience favorite. Welcome to Hansel and Petal. We are a full-service florist specializing in weddings and corporate events. Adding a bevel and 3D formatting to your video clip is a great way to add visual interest and a modern look and feel to your slideshow. Once you've formatted one media clip perfectly, you don't have to repeat all the same steps to duplicate the formatting on each movie in your presentation. You can use the Format Painter to apply the entire list of custom formats with just one click. I'm going to start on slide 4 with my first video. In the previous movie, we formatted this media clip with 3D rotation, bevels, depth, surface, and lighting. Instead of having to duplicate the 10 or so steps it took to design this special effect, start by clicking on the object so that it's highlighted. That's actually the hardest thing to remember about using this technique. You have to start by clicking on the object that's already formatted, or it won't work. After you've clicked on your customized object, go up to the Home ribbon, and on the left side in the Clipboard group, click on the Format Painter button. Notice that your cursor now has a paintbrush attached to it. Now navigate to slide 5, and click on the media clip on that slide. It instantly takes on all the formatting from the first clip. Note that it is covering up my bottom detail, so I'll use my arrows and move it up. I have several clips in my presentation, and I don't want to have to perform each duplication individually. The Format Painter also has the ability to apply the settings to several objects, much like a painter dipping her brush into a color and then dabbing the canvas repeatedly. Go back to the 4th slide and click on the formatted media clip again. This time, instead of clicking one time on the Format Painter, click on it twice. Go down to slide 7 and click on the video clip there. Then immediately click on slide 8 and click on that video. Both the two videos now have the same formatting as the first one. Do be careful when you're in Format Painter mode. The special effects will apply to any object you click on. If I accidentally click on my bulleted list, for example, it will take on many of those 3D effects. When you're done duplicating the formatting, You can either click on the Format Panner button again to turn it off, or simply press the Escape key in the upper left corner of your keyboard. I'll go ahead and undo my last step to take the 3D formatting off of my bulleted points since I don't really want it there. The Format Panner is a huge time saver, preventing you from having to take the time to write down all your formatting in order to duplicate it on multiple objects. Every video has its own built-in volume setting. However, it may be louder or quieter than the rest of your slideshow. If you need to adjust the volume of just one media clip, here's how to do it. I'm on slide 6 of my presentation, and I'll click on my video. Let's hear how it sounds. Hansel and Gretel is awesome. That was way too loud. Go up to the Video Tools Playback tab. In the center are a series of video options. Find the button that says Volume. When you click on the icon, a drop-down menu will appear with a range of volume settings, including low, medium, high, and mute. If you need to turn the volume down, click low. If you need to increase it, click high. If you need a smaller increment, choose medium. If you want your media clip to play with no sound at all, set it to mute. I'll move this to low. Now when I play my slideshow, the volume of the clip will be much more reasonable. Hansel and Gretel is also note that you can change the volume during the slideshow with this setting right over here on the right. 15 minutes ago when I was at work. The ability to set the volume for each of your videos may come in handy if they were created at a variety of sound levels so that your slideshow is consistent. By default, you have to start a movie clip manually by clicking on it during your presentation. While that's appropriate in most settings so that it's timed correctly with your speech, there are times when you want your video to start as soon as you bring up your slide. Here's how to make that happen. I'm clicked on slide 6 of my presentation, and I'll click on my video to select it. Video Tools ribbons will appear, and I'll click on Playback. In the center are a series of video options. Find the option that says Start on Click, and click on the drop-down arrow on the right. Change this to Automatically. Now play your slideshow and the video will start as soon as we navigate to the slide. Hansel and Gretel is awesome. It's actually my anniversary tonight and I forgot about it if your presentation is designed to be self-running, or you will always want the video to play automatically, this feature will save you a manual click and smooth out your delivery. By default, your video will play on the slide just as you designed it. But there may be times when you want your video to expand out to take up the full screen for maximum visibility. Here's how to make that happen. I'm on slide 6 in my presentation, and I'll click on my video to select it. Go up to the Video Tools ribbon and click on the Playback tab. In the center are a series of video options. Find the option that says Play Full Screen. Put a check mark in that box. Now play your slideshow again, and then when the video starts, it'll take up the whole screen. Hansel and Gretel is awesome. It's where I come every time. When the video is done playing, the overlay will disappear and you'll be back to your slideshow. Now keep in mind that if your video is filmed at low resolution or saved at a small size, your playback may be fuzzy or pixelated. But when you want to play your video with maximum visibility and minimum distraction, checking off full screen will be just the trick. You may find there are times when you don't want the audience to even see your video on the screen if it's not playing. Here's how to hide your clips. I'm on slide 6 of my presentation, and I'll click on my video. Go up to the Video Tools Playback tab. In the center are a series of video options. Find the option that says Hide While Not Playing and click on its check mark. But now when I play my slideshow, I've got a problem. My video's hidden, so I can't click on it to even start the clip. Press Escape to go back to the normal view. If I'm going to hide my clip, I have to have some way to start it. The simplest solution is to go up where it says Start on Click, and drop that down and change it to Automatically, so that my movie plays as soon as I go to the slide and disappears when it's done. Now when I play my slideshow, that's exactly what happens. Awesome. It's actually my anniversary tonight, and I forgot. It's where I come every time when you don't want your media clip to appear on your slide at all. Using these techniques allows you to hide the clip completely. A more complex way is to add a separate object that triggers the media clip when I click on it. This will be useful when I have a slide that has additional content than just my video. We'll explore those techniques in the movies about triggering later in this chapter. I once made a PowerPoint presentation for a trade show booth that consisted of just one slide with a looping video on it. That way, passersby would be able to see my media clip without me having to babysit the computer throughout the day. Here I have a great testimonial that's short enough for people passing through. Here's how to set up a media clip to continue to loop until you stop it manually. Click on your video to select it. Then go up to the Video Tools and Playback tab. In the center are a series of video options. Find the option that says Loop Until Stopped and click on its checkmark. I'll also set the video to start automatically, so it will loop indefinitely without me having to click in between iterations. Now you also have the ability, instead of looping indefinitely, to set a specific number of repetitions. Go up to the Animations tab, and on the right-hand side, click on the Animation Pane button. The animation pane opens up on the right. Here I can see two instances of my video. The top one says After Previous, and that's why it plays automatically. The second instance is on click, so that if I click on the video, it will start and stop. Because I want this to work automatically, I'll work with the first instance. I'll click on the drop-down on the far right-hand side, and I'll select Timing from the drop-down list. Here I can see that it says Repeat Until End of Slide. Click on that drop-down, and here I have options. I could have it repeat twice, 3 times, 4 times, 10 times if I wanted. I'll go ahead and I'll have it repeat just 4 times. If you wanted, you could also tell it to rewind when it's done playing. That way, it will always go back to the first frame instead of the last frame. We discuss rewinding at length in another video in this chapter. I'll click OK. Now when I play my slideshow, as soon as my video clip reaches the end, it'll start over. They're literally saving my relationship tonight, so it's where I come every time. Hansel and Petal is awesome. If I want to pause the clip, I can either press Escape on my keyboard, or click on the video to start it and stop it, or I can use the playback controls to go when I browse at work. They're about to advance to another slide and make you click on any part of the slide that's not part of your media object. Things to say about it. Notice here that I have 2 animated clip arts, which PowerPoint does actually consider movies. The one on the left is looping repeatedly, but the flower on the right did its thing once, and then it's done. Because they're animated GIF graphics from the clip art gallery, you don't have any control if they're looping. That was set by the creator of the artwork. Using looping on your media clips is a practical and convenient way of playing a video repeatedly, without your manual input. After your media clip finishes playing, it usually ends with the last frame of the video. But if you would like the clip to return back to your first frame or poster frame, you can set the clip to rewind after playing. I'm on slide 6 in my presentation, and I'll click on my video to select it. I'll go ahead and play it so you can see this effect. Here I have a poster frame applied, an extra graphic that people will see when the video is not playing. I'll play it. Hansel and Petal is awesome. I'm going to fast forward to the end so that you can see that it'll just end with the interview frame. Now, go up to Video Tools and click on Playback. In the center are a series of video options. Find the option that says Rewind After Playing and click on its checkmark. Now, when I play my slideshow, when my media clip reaches the end, it'll go back to the initial frame. Hansel and Petal is awesome. I'll go ahead and I'll fast forward to the end. It's where I come every time. So in this case, my audience sees my company logo, instead of just the gentleman when the video is done. Rewinding your media clip after playback is the perfect solution to bring your video back full circle, without having to edit your video to start and end with the same imagery. The ability to delay the start of a media clip has infinite uses. If the video is set to play automatically at the start of a slide, you can have it wait a specific length of time before it starts. Or, if the video playback is triggered by another action on the slide, setting a delay will keep the effects from being crammed together. I'm on slide 6 in my presentation, and I'll click on my video clip to select it. Then I'll go up to Video Tools and click on the Playback tab. Where it says Start on click on the drop-down and change it to Automatically. This way, our video will start as soon as we show the slide without having to manually click on it. For more information about this option, see our movie on playing a clip automatically earlier in this chapter. Now, click on the Animations tab, and then look on the far right, there's an option called Delay. The first 2 digits are the number of seconds, and the second 2 digits allow you to control the accuracy to the nearest hundredth. If you click the spinner arrows up or down, the time jumps in increments of a quarter second. Set the delay to 5 seconds. I'm going to click in the box and type 5. That way, the video doesn't start the moment we land on the slide, but gives us a few seconds of breathing room to get ready or to introduce the clip before it starts. This same setting can also be found if you turn on the animation pane with this button on the animation tab. In the pane that opens up on the right, click on the drop-down to the right of our video. On the drop-down menu, click on Timing. In the dialog box that appears, I can see the same delay, 5 seconds. I'll click OK, and then I'll play my clip. Delaying your video clip gives you control over when the movie begins to play and is particularly useful when you want the media to start automatically, actually, but not immediately. And I forgot about it until I'll go ahead and pause it minutes ago. It's also useful when your media playback follows other actions on the slide, which we'll see in the movie about triggering video by clicking a graphic later in this chapter. When you give your presentation and play a video, when you move your cursor over the object, pause, a timeline, and volume controls appear. If you don't want these to show, no matter where you slide your mouse, you can turn them off completely. I'm on slide 6 in my presentation. I'll click on my video to select it. And then I'm going to go to the Slideshow tab. Right in the middle of the ribbon is a checkmark for Show Media Controls. Remove the checkmark and then play your slideshow again. This time, no matter where I move my cursor, nothing appears over my video. If I click on the video, it will start on pedal, and if I click on it again, it will pause. It's actually my anniversary. And if I click anywhere else on the slide, I'll advance to the next slide, even if my video wasn't complete. By hiding my playback controls, I streamline the amount of visual clutter my audience sees during my presentation. This is also an ideal solution if I'll be playing my slideshow in kiosk mode, so that my viewer can't interfere with playback. There may be times when you'd like to trigger your media clip to begin in another way than clicking on the video itself. For example, maybe you have your clip set to remain hidden when it's not playing, so that you need a way to start it. Since you can't even see it to click on it, you can select any other object on your slide to trigger your video to play. I'm working on slide 3 of my presentation. In our case, I have a video that I want to show while I'm on this slide, but I have bulleted content that I'd rather the audience see instead of my media clip frame. So instead of using one of the placeholders as the container for my media clip, I'm going to click on the edge of my slide to make sure that nothing's selected, and then go up to the Insert tab. On the far right, I'll click on the Video button and navigate to the file that I want. I'm going to use testimonial 90sec and click Insert. For more information about inserting video clips, please see that chapter earlier in this course. Now when I embed this clip, it drops itself smack dab on top of my content, but that's fine, since we're going to hide it during the slideshow anyway. If I wanted, I could pull it off onto the right-hand side, so that I can still see my content. I'll go ahead and scroll back to the left. So, I need to hide the clip during playback, although I'll still see it in normal mode. Click on the video to select it. And then go to the Video Tools Playback ribbon. In the center are a series of video options. Find the option that says Hide While Not Playing, and click on its checkmark. I'm also going to play the video full screen, so I'll put a checkmark there. That way, it doesn't matter at all where this object is on the slide. Make sure Start says On Click. Next, I'll insert the graphic I'll use to trigger the video playback. I'll scroll back to the left-hand side. You can insert any image, graphic, or shape you'd like to use. Go up to the Insert ribbon on the left-hand side of your screen and click on this Shapes button. It opens up a drop-down, and you could choose any of these. But if you look at the bottom, there are specially designed action buttons that have symbols that make sense here. I could use the play symbol, or this video camera. I'll go ahead and click on the video camera. My cursor turns into a thin black plus sign. I'll hold down my Shift key on my keyboard to keep my graphic perfectly square, and then I'll draw the object from the upper left-hand corner down to the lower right corner like this. As soon as I let go, an action button dialog box opens up. But it doesn't actually have the feature I need right now, so close it by clicking OK. Instead, go to the Animations tab. Click on your video, and then just above on your ribbon is a button that says Trigger. Click on it, and then hover over On Click Of. You'll see a list of objects on your slide. We'll choose Action Button Movie, but this demonstrates that you don't even have to make a special button as a trigger. You can select your title, or even your bullets as the trigger. but I'll choose Action Button Movie. It doesn't matter if your number here matches mine. I'll go ahead and click on it. Now, when I play my slideshow, all the audience sees is my content. And when I click on my movie button, my video appears in an overlay. I'll go ahead and fast forward it to the end. If you can't make it into the shot, please check us out online. When the video's done, it disappears completely. I'll press escape to go back to my normal view. Now, there's a second way to create the exact same behavior, but it's a little more involved. I'll go to slide 4. This slide already has a media clip inserted. And if I click on it and go to the playback tab, I can see that it's already set to hide while not playing and set to play full screen. I'll scroll over to the left-hand side. I'm going to set my video to play when I click on this logo in the upper left-hand corner. Go back to the Animations tab, and on the right side of the ribbon is a button that says Animation Pane. Click on it and it opens on the right. I can see my video listed. Click on the drop-down and then choose Timing. In the dialog box that appears, click on the Triggers button. Right now, it says Animate as part of click sequence, but I want it to start effect on click of. Drop it down and I can see all the objects on my slide. Choose your picture. If you have several on your slide, they'll be numbered and you'll need to determine which one is the one you want. I'll click on it and then click OK. Now, when I play my slideshow, it works just like before. All the audience sees is my content, and then when I click on my logo, my video appears in the overlay. It's actually my anniversary, and I forgot. I'll fast forward it right every time. And when my video is done, it disappears. Combining the techniques of hiding a media clip and setting another graphic as the trigger is a great way of showing videos without having them even appear on any slides. One way of starting to play a media clip during a presentation is to include it along with your animation settings. For example, if I animate the graphics and text on my slide, I can have my video start automatically as soon as one of the animations completes. I'll go down to slide 6. In our case, I have a slide that has my text, my animated logo, and a video clip. I'll animate the text to appear one bullet point at a time as I give my presentation. After I talk about my last point, I'll click to bring up my logo. And then I want my video to start automatically after a slight delay. Start by clicking on your text, and then click on the border of the text object so that it has a solid line all the way around it. Go to the Animations ribbon, and then click on the Entrance Animation Fade. On the right-hand side of the gallery, click on the Effect Options button and then choose By Paragraph. My points will now fade in one at a time as I click my mouse. Next, click on your logo. Give it the same fade animation for consistency. But on the right-hand side of the animation ribbon, increase the duration to 1 so that it happens a little more slowly. Now, click on your video. The animation ribbon now shows new icons, including play and pause. Although I'm not going to implement these right this moment. Start by applying the same fade. I don't want it to start manually. I want it to start automatically 2 seconds after my logo appears, without me doing a thing. So I'll change the start to after previous. I'm going to increase the delay to 2 seconds to give it a little breathing room. We took a look at delay in an earlier movie in this chapter. Now, because we're in the middle of an animation sequence, I actually have to set my clip to play. Click on the Add Animation button and choose Play. Change the start again to after previous so that the fade happens first and then the movie plays. If I wanted the movie to fade in and play simultaneously, I would change this to with previous, but we'll leave it on after previous. Now, when I play my slideshow, all the audience sees is my content, which I control by clicking when it's time to talk about each point. When I'm done with my content, my next click brings up my logo. And then there's a slight delay until the video starts. Awesome. It's actually my anniversary tonight, and I forgot about it until about 15 minutes ago when I rose at work. Using PowerPoint's animation settings to trigger the start of my video allows me to use the same techniques on my media clip that I use to add visual interest to my other slide content. One of my favorite and most advanced PowerPoint 2010 techniques is playing a video across multiple slides. When you have a video with a lot to say about it, you don't want to cram all that information onto one slide. This technique is also a crowd pleaser because it has the effect of a video continuing while all the slide changes around it. To set up for this technique, you'll need to plan your slides. Take a look at slides 2, 3, and 4. They all make use of the to content placeholder layout, with text on the left and a space for the video on the right. We'll insert the video on slide 2, and then there'll already be a place for it on the other 2 slides. So on slide 2, I'll go over to my content placeholder and click on the Insert Media Clip button. I'll navigate to the file that I want and insert it. Now let's make this play across slides. I'm going to go to the Animations tab, and I'm going to turn on the animation pane. Right now, my video is set to play after my bullet points, but I want it to be the first thing, so I'm going to pick this up and move it up to the top. Next, I don't want to start it on click. I want it to start as soon as I get to the slide. So I'm going to go up to where it says Start on click. Drop this down and change it to After Previous. Now, interestingly, the animation stage of the video is on pause. And when I click on my drop-down and check out my effect options and my timing, the feature I want isn't even here. What I need to do is change this to play. Now, when I drop it down and I go to Effect Options, I have some new settings. Where it says Stop Playing, it says After Current Slide. I can change this and specify that I want it to stop playing after 3 slides. I'll click OK. Now, because I made sure that I have enough content for the approximate length of my video, this should balance very nicely. I'll start my slideshow. My video starts. And as I click my mouse, I'll start moving through my bullet points. Hello, we are a full-service florist specializing in weddings and corporate events. However, we can still do fabulous bat mitzvahs, local deliveries, really the sky's the limit. In addition to flowers and plants, and as I keep clicking full service, it'll move on to my next slide. We'll have a variety of gifts, antiques, cards, candles, items I think it would be really hard to find anywhere else. We take a lot of pride that every piece that leaves our shop is a one-of-a-kind creation. No 2 arrangements are ever alike. Though we would love to. Now, like I said before, I planned the length of my content to match the length of my video. But if I had reached the end of my 3rd slide and continued on to my 4th slide, the video would have stopped exactly in that moment. Playing a video across multiple slides is a great way to make more comments about a video without having to cram everything on one slide. And it's sure to wow your audience. Are you having trouble getting one of your media clips to play? Here are a few troubleshooting tips and solutions you can try. First, make sure your computer's media software is up to date. Install or update all of the software for Windows Media Player. You'll need version 10 or higher. Flash Player, version 9 or higher. Shockwave, QuickTime, and DirectX. If the earned video is in a PowerPoint slideshow that was sent to you by another individual, find out if they made it in PowerPoint 2007. The 2007 version doesn't embed the media, and they may not have sent you all the files that are associated with the slideshow. Another possibility, if you receive the slideshow from someone else, is that you don't have the same codec or software installed on your computer. You have 3 solutions. One is to download and install the necessary codec. The second is to install a third-party media decoder and encoder filter, such as FFD Show, QuickTime, or DivX, which will allow you to decode and encode a variety of formats. The third solution is to ask the sender to run the file through PowerPoint 2010's Optimized Media Compatibility Checker first, then send it to you again. We discuss optimizing compatibility in the chapter about saving. You can also try converting the media clip to WMV format. Open up Windows Movie Maker, which either came on your PC or you can download it for free. Import your video clip, then export it into the WMV format. If you have an AVI file that won't even import, give this a try. Rename the file extension from AVI to MPEG. It's crazy, but it just might work. If you recorded the video on your own video camera and it won't play in PowerPoint, check to see if your camera uses a proprietary codec. You may need to use the software that came with the camera to render your video into WMV or another common file type. Did you record a screen capture video? By using a tool such as Windows Media Encoder, sometimes when you insert the video into PowerPoint 2010, the video comes in transparent, and when you play it, it doesn't show anything at all. This is another case when using the Optimized Media Compatibility Checker will fix it. If the video will play on one of your computer's media players, but not within PowerPoint itself, consider playing the video using an external player during the presentation. In the chapter about inserting media clips, I showed you how to insert the video as an external object. This will allow you to show the video during your presentation by using other software instead of showing it through PowerPoint itself. Did you design a presentation on a PC but are giving it on an Apple Macintosh? The file formats WMV and WMA are not native to a Macintosh computer. In this case, you'll need to download and install Flip for Mac to play these media files on your Macintosh. There are many reasons why a video may not insert or play in PowerPoint 2010, but most of the time, it's because your computer doesn't have the software installed that matches your media codec or file type. A combination of using PowerPoint's optimized media compatibility and downloading the correct media handlers will usually do the trick. Some PowerPoint videos may not play back smoothly. They may be jerky, experience delays, or the sound doesn't sync. This can be caused by a variety of factors around your own particular computer hardware and software setup. There are a number of techniques you can try if you find your media clips don't play well. The biggest culprit may be your computer itself. If your computer is more than a few years old, it wasn't designed to manage video files and animation well, since multimedia has only recently become popular. Video playback is very processor intensive. PowerPoint 2010 is designed to work with DirectX 9.0 compatible video cards or newer. If you have an older machine, your graphics card may not be powerful enough. It's also possible that you don't have enough RAM. RAM is the short-term memory that determines how fast your computer thinks and how many operations it can perform simultaneously. If you find your videos are consistently choppy or the audio doesn't sync, take your computer to a store for this inexpensive fix. After adding more RAM, you'll also find that the rest of the work on your computer will go much more smoothly. If the issue is your graphics card, first make sure its software drivers are up to date. If you suspect your hardware is just too old, it might be time to consider getting a more powerful computer. In the meantime, here are a few techniques you can try, but please note that performing the steps below may or may not help, depending on your specific slideshow and computer. First, make sure your hardware acceleration is turned on. To do this, click on the File tab, then click on Options on the bottom. Click on the Advanced button in the middle of the left column. And in the Display section, make sure there's no checkmark in front of Disable Hardware Graphics Acceleration. I'll click OK. Next, run your entire presentation from start to finish, even if the playback is glitchy. Then, play the whole thing again and see if there's any improvement. The first time you play the slideshow, the system will cache some of the data, and the second time PowerPoint will read from the cache instead of the hard disk. You may want to limit or remove special effects and formatting applied to your videos, such as shadows, reflections, glow effects, soft edges, bevels, or 3D rotation. These effects all use your computer's processing power to apply and maintain. Spread out your more complex slides so they're not grouped together. Insert text slides between your memory-intensive multimedia slides. If you're running the slideshow off a CD or DVD, try moving the files to the computer's hard drive and playing it right from the computer. This will skip the intermediate step of accessing the CD drive while your slideshow plays. Make both your PowerPoint presentation and the media files themselves smaller by compressing your media files. We'll give you instructions for how to compress your media in the chapter about saving later in this course. Along the same lines, use the Optimized Media Compatibility Checker to guarantee the best possible playback performance. We'll also cover this feature in the chapter about saving. You may choose to export your slideshow as its own movie file if you're not going to be presenting it live. As a single self-running movie file, it won't be beholden to the same glitches as a live PowerPoint presentation. Last, you may want to edit the original media clips themselves in the software you used to make them, instead of using PowerPoint's tools for techniques like cropping or brightness. In addition, you can use your video editing software to save a version of the file with fewer frames per second. This will create a smaller file size, more manageable by your computer. Because multimedia PowerPoint slideshows can be so memory intensive, any one of these solutions may be just the thing you need to ensure that your presentation runs as smoothly as possible in front of a live audience. If you're experiencing poor quality while playing your videos in a PowerPoint slideshow, your operating system may be a factor. PowerPoint 2010 is optimized to run in Windows 7. If you're running Windows XP or even Vista, you may not get ideal performance. There are a few settings in Windows that you can tweak to improve your multimedia playback. I'm going to demonstrate these using Windows 7, but several of the settings may be applicable in Windows Vista or XP. The very first technique should be obvious, but if you're new to computers, it may not be. If you have several applications open, they're all using your computer's RAM. Close all other programs and see if your presentation runs more smoothly. Next, we'll take a look at your hardware. If you're using Vista or Windows 7, you can look at the Windows Experience Index to see what areas you can improve. Click on the Start button in the lower left-hand corner of your screen. In the right-hand column, click on Control Panel. And then in the search box in the upper right corner, type in Experience. Here's a link for Check the Windows Experience Index. Click on it. The Windows Experience Index measures the capability of your computer's hardware and software configuration, providing a measurement in the form of a base score. A higher base score generally means that your computer will perform better and faster than a computer with a lower base score. If your score is low, your PowerPoint slideshow may require more resources than your computer has available. Take a look at Windows Help and Support for more information. While you're here, click on the Open Disk Cleanup link on the left-hand side of your window. I want to take a look at my C drive, so I'll click OK. It's important to make sure that there's adequate free disk space on the computer where you will deliver your presentation. If your hard drive is almost full, your media playback will degrade. Disk Cleanup will search your hard drive for files that you don't really need. If your hard drive is getting full, deleting these files can improve your computer's performance. I'll put check marks in front of all of these options. But you may want to leave some unchecked if they're files or folders that you use. I can see near the bottom that I'll save 73 megabytes, but your number will certainly be different. I'll click OK. It does say, "Are you sure you want to permanently delete these files?" And that'll be fine. I'll say delete. To see how much room you have after running Disk Cleanup, go back to your Start button, and then click on Computer on the right. Look at your C drive. I always recommend having at least 2 or 3 gigabytes of open space on your hard drive. If you have less than that, consider moving some of your saved files to an external hard drive. I'll close this window. Now, back in our control panel, click on Advanced Tools. At the bottom, you'll see Open Disk Defragmenter. Click on that. Disk fragmentation means that when your computer saves or installs software, it uses up hard drive space wherever it finds it, instead of keeping each file intact. For the moment, just watch me, and try these steps later. Each step can take a long time. My disk isn't fragmented, but if yours is, you'll see a map of your computer's hard drive. Each color will be a type of file, and on an unoptimized disk, you'll see that the colors are scattered everywhere. I would then click on Defragment Disk, and my computer would rearrange the files into an organized system. But don't do this right now. Defragmenting a disk can take several hours. I'll click Close. Next, we'll make sure that your video card drivers are up to date. Go back up to the Search Control Panel box in the upper right-hand corner of the window and search for Driver. The top match will be Update Device Drivers. Click on it, locate your video graphics card under Display Adapters. I'll click on the triangle. Here's my video card. Right-click on it and choose Update Driver Software. I'll ask it to search online for updated drivers. It will look online and let you know if you have an update. My computer already has the most recent driver installed. If yours doesn't, you could update it right from here. I'll click Close. I'm going to close all of these windows. Last, let's clean out your temp folder. While you use your computer, it automatically saves temporary files on your hard drive. Some of them are automatic backups, and others are used by the system to maintain open programs. If you have a lot of files in your temp folder, it can slow PowerPoint down dramatically. To find your temp folder, first you need to close PowerPoint and all the other programs you're using. This ensures that there's no active temp files. Click on the Start button, and in the search box, type %temp %. A temp folder will appear at the top of the list. Click on it. Here are all the temporary files on my computer. You can usually delete any files that you find here. Remember that they were all put in this temporary location by your software, but just got left behind. Many of them even have the extension TMP. Note that the file size for most of them is fairly small, but you will find some over a megabyte. Click on one of the files and do the keyboard command Ctrl-A to select all of them. If you would rather pick and choose which files to delete, you're welcome to do so. Right-click on any one of the files and choose Delete. It will ask for confirmation, and we'll click Yes. If you get an access error or file in use error, it's most likely because you're attempting to delete a file that is in use. Check off Do this for all current items, and then say Skip. You can leave the file there and delete it later, or use a more advanced technique to remove it. Taking all these steps to make sure your computer is in tip-top shape can definitely improve your experience with PowerPoint when your files are multimedia intensive. The multimedia universe has dozens of file types for video and audio. PowerPoint 2010 can import the most common sound formats. Let's take a look at the types of sound files PowerPoint understands and explore some of your considerations when using them. First, let's take a moment to explain two terms: file format and codec. A file format is the file type that an audio editing program exports. You can tell the file format by the extension. A codec is the program used to encode, compress, or decompress the digital data. PowerPoint will allow you to insert sound clips in the most common audio formats. WAV stands for waveform, a Windows audio file. This audio file format stores real-life sounds as waveforms, which means that 1 minute of sound can potentially result in quite a large file size. PowerPoint's built-in sound clips are in WAV format. A Windows Media Audio File, or WMA, is the default file format you'll come across on your PC. It's recognized by all Windows applications because it's a native Microsoft format. This file format compresses audio using the Windows Audio Video Codec, developed by Microsoft to distribute recorded music. An AIFF audio file, which stands for Audio Interchange File Format, are waveform files stored in an 8-bit mono or one-channel format, which is not compressed and can also result in large files. An MP3 audio file is a sound file that's been compressed using the MPEG Audio Layer 3 codec. This is the file format commonly used for digital music online and song downloads. While the file size is significantly smaller than other waveform file formats, they still run approximately 1 megabyte per minute of music. The Advanced Audio Coding, or AAC file format, is used on iPods and Zune players along with MP3s. PowerPoint 2010 will support this file format as long as you have the correct codec installed. Apple QuickTime Player and FFD Show both support AAC files. An AU audio file or Unix audio file is typically used to create sound files for Unix computers or the web. PowerPoint also accepts MIDI files, musical instrument digital interface. This is a standard format for synthesizers and recording musical instruments on computers. Because this involves digital music and not recording sound through a microphone, the file sizes are significantly smaller. And if you have audio in a different format than the ones I've listed, you can use several third-party programs to convert your sound files to the above file formats. Microsoft Windows Media Encoder, or the new Expression Encoder, is designed to integrate with Microsoft Office and other Microsoft products. Find it at Microsoft.com. PFC Media is a PowerPoint add-in that automates the formatting of multimedia. For more information, visit www.playsforcertain.com. VLC from videoland.org will convert almost any audio file to one that works in PowerPoint. PowerPoint has evolved to include the most common audio formats. If your audio file is in a different format, all you have to do is convert your sound clip to one of the more common file types, and your audio will work seamlessly. PowerPoint comes with a library of images, animations, and sound clips. All of them are free to use, and even more are available for download from Microsoft.com. Here's how to use PowerPoint sound clips in your presentation. Click on the Insert ribbon. The third button says Clip Art, and it toggles the Clip Art gallery open and closed. Right here where it says Results Should Be, it now says All Media File Types. So click on that drop-down, and if you turn off the check marks in front of illustrations, photographs, and videos, when you click Go, you'll see all of your sound clips. Now I'm going to put that back to all media types for a moment, and click Go again. Then close your Clip Art gallery. You can also insert clip art from the clip art gallery using this audio button on the far right-hand side. Click on the bottom half, right on the drop-down arrow, and the second option says Clip Art Audio. When you click on it, the clip art gallery opens again in the pane on the right, but notice this time the results should be is only audio, so it saves you a step. Now make sure that there is a check mark in front of office.com content, and as long as you're connected to the internet, your search results will expand beyond the few sounds included with PowerPoint and include all the results as if you had searched through the thousands of free clips available on Microsoft Office's website. It's a great way to expand your options, as well as save some time. If you were looking for something specific, you could click Search For, but I'm just going to go ahead and click Go so that I see all of the available sound clips. If you want to hear a clip before you add it, when you hold your cursor over the clip, you'll see a drop-down arrow. Choose Preview Properties from the bottom. A window will open, and the clip will play. You can use the previous and next buttons to scroll through the sound clips. At the bottom, you can also see the file path where these files are saved on your computer. Close this dialog box when you're done. Okay, now let's insert our sound effect. Click on Claps Cheers. A speaker appears with a control bar underneath. You can press the play button to hear it and get a sense of how long it is. Move the speaker icon to the upper right corner of the slide. Now play your presentation. When you hold your cursor over the speaker, the control bar appears. Click play. Later I'll show you how to set the sound to play automatically, how to hide the bar, and even how to hide the icon. Press Escape to end the playback, and return to the slide. I can make this sound clip smaller by dragging the corners. I can also make sure I'm clicked on the sound icon. Go up to the Audio Tools Format tab, and on the far right I can see dimensions for height and width, and I can change them here as well. Click the X in the corner of the clip art gallery to close it. While sound clips will help viewers engage with your content, this should be selected very carefully so that you don't lower the quality of your presentation. Much of the time, you'll already have an audio clip file saved on your computer that you want to insert into your PowerPoint presentation. It's easy to add the sound clip to a slide. Up on the ribbon, click on the Insert tab. On the far right, you'll see a button with a speaker on it labeled Audio. If you click on the bottom half of the button on the drop-down arrow, you can select Audio from File. If you just click on the top half of the button right on the speaker, PowerPoint automatically selects that same option. Navigate to the sound clip that you want to use, and click once on it. We'll use Intro. Now use this Insert button at the bottom to decide if you're going to embed the audio clip or link to it. We explore all the ramifications and techniques for both of these options in the linking and embedding video at the beginning of this course. In short, if you want to import the entire file into your PowerPoint presentation, you would choose Insert. If you want to leave it outside the presentation and have PowerPoint look for it each time you play it, change this to Link to File. I'll choose Insert. My sound imports. Now click and hold in the middle of the sound icon and drag it where you want it to go. I can make the sound clip icon larger or smaller by dragging the corners. While you're clicked on the speaker, you could also go to the Audio Tools Format tab and use the size boxes on the right when you play your presentation. You won't see the sound controls until you hold your cursor over the speaker. At that point, you can play or pause the sound and even adjust its volume. Press Escape to end the playback and return to the slide. In future movies, I'll show you how to use all of these adjustment tools on the ribbon. Inserting a sound clip into your PowerPoint is a piece of cake and opens up all kinds of possibilities for including audio in your presentations. If you would like to record your own sounds for your presentation, it's a relatively easy procedure. You don't need any fancy equipment. The recording studio is right in PowerPoint. All you need is a microphone plugs into your microphone jack on your computer, and you're in business. The first time you use your microphone, you may need to configure it to make sure your volume levels are set appropriately. In Windows 7, go down to your Start menu, and then click on the Control panel in the right-hand column. Click on Hardware and Sound. In the sound section, click on the last option, Manage Audio Devices. The sound dialog box will open. Click on the Recording tab. A list of available microphones will appear. You probably just see your one listed, but if you do have more, make sure the one you want to use is set as the default device. It'll have a green check mark. If it's not, right-click on it and choose Set as Default Device. But if you don't see that option on the list, your mic already is the default. Once you've chosen your microphone, click on the Configure button. The speech recognition section of the control panel opens. Click on Setup Microphone, and the microphone setup wizard will start. Choose the option that matches your equipment. I have a desktop microphone, and I'll click Next. It will give me some instructions, and I'll click Next. Now it wants me to read a sentence to check my volume levels. Peter dictates to his computer. He prefers it to typing, and particularly prefers it to pen and paper. As long as the high end of your audio is in the screen zone, you're in good shape. I'll click Next, and then Finish. Now I can close all my Windows dialog boxes. And I'm back to PowerPoint. Now that we're ready, there are a few things to take into account. First, stick to short, simple sounds. If you're thinking about recording narration, please see that movie later in this course. Also, keep in mind that the quality of your sound clip depends on your microphone and on the room you're in. A large room and a low-quality mic may leave your sound hollow, or you may pick up background noise. When you're ready to record, display the slide where you want the sound. I'm on slide 4 in my presentation. Go up to the Insert tab, and then to the Audio button on the far right. Click on the drop-down menu, and choose the last option, Record Audio. A dialog box appears. Type in the name for this sound clip. I'll erase recorded sound, and type in website. When you're ready, click the Start Recording button with the red circle. Record the sound, and when you're finished, press the blue square to stop the recording. Visit us online at www.hanselandpedal.com. If you press the record button again, you can add more audio to the end of your clip. This allows you to record in steps. The flowers you need at a price you can afford. Press the play triangle to play back the sound. Visit us online at www.hanselandpedal.com. The flowers you need at a price you can afford. If you don't like your results, cancel the window and try again. If you are happy with the quality of your sound, click OK. Your sound now appears as a speaker clip in the center of the screen. I'll drag it off to the right. You can play it back from here as well. Visit us online at www.hanselandpedal.com. The flowers you need at a price you can afford. If you need to change your sound, you can delete the speaker icon and record a new audio clip. For the average user who wants to make a quick soundbite or custom sound effects, PowerPoint's built-in audio recording tool is a solid choice. There will be times when you'll prefer your audio to play in an external application like Windows Media Player, instead of inside your PowerPoint presentation. Maybe you want the player's extra features. Or maybe PowerPoint won't play your file type, but the other program will. When you would like your sound clip to open up outside of PowerPoint, insert it as an action button. I'll go up to the Insert tab, and then click on Shapes. At the very bottom, you'll see action buttons. For a sound, I could choose the play arrow, or maybe the speaker. But I'll go ahead and I'll choose this play button. I'll go back to my slide, and I'm going to hold down my Shift key so that my button stays square. And I'm going to click and drag from my upper left-hand corner to the lower right-hand corner. When I let go, an Action Settings dialog box opens. It says Hyperlink to. And if I click on the drop-down and slide down to the very bottom, I can see Other File. I'm going to choose Awesome20s, the MP3 format file. I'll click OK. Now when I play my slideshow, and I click on my Action button, Hansel and Pedal is awesome. Windows Media Player opens and plays my sound clip, and I forgot about it until. If you need all the tools available in your external media software, or if your media clip doesn't work natively in PowerPoint, insert it as an action button instead of directly into your slide. Every sound clip has its own built-in volume setting. However, it may be louder or quieter than the rest of your slideshow. If you need to adjust the volume of just one media clip, here's how to do it. I'm on slide 3 in my presentation, and when I preview my sound, Hansel and Pedal is awesome. I can hear that that's way too loud. Go up to the Audio Tools, Playback tab, and look for the Volume button. When I drop it down, I have several different levels. If I need to turn the volume down, click low. If you need to increase it, click high. If you need a smaller increment, choose medium. There's also an option for mute, but that applies more to videos. What good would a mute sound clip be? I'll make this low. Now when I play my slideshow, the volume of the clip will be much more reasonable. Hansel and Pedal is awesome. It's actually my anniversary tonight, and I forgot. I'll hit escape. Shop. The ability to set the volume for each of your sound clips may come in handy if they were created at a variety of levels. By default, you have to start an audio clip manually by clicking on it during your presentation. While that's appropriate in some settings so that it's timed correctly with your speech, you may want your sound effect to start as soon as you bring up your slide. Here's how to make that happen. I'm on slide 3 in my presentation. Click on your audio clip to select it. Then go to the Audio Tools Playback tab. In the center are a series of audio options. Find the option that says Start on Click. Click on the drop-down arrow to its right and choose Automatically. Now, the sound is set to start automatically, but I'm not actually sure if it's going to happen before or after my bullets. Click on the Animations tab, and then turn on the animation pane right here. Notice that I have a number 4. I can see that my sound is going to start after previous, and in fact it's going to start after these 4 bullets. If I want it to be the first thing that happens on the slide, I can come over here to the animation pane and pick up my sound effect and drag it to the top. Now I can see that the number next to my speaker is a 0, so I know that it's the first thing that's going to happen on the slide. Now look up on the far right of the Animation tab, there's an option that says Start. Click on the drop-down arrow. Normally, this would have defaulted to on-click, but because we set it to start automatically under the audio playback settings, this box changed to after previous. In this case, the previous action is now just us arriving on the slide, so as soon as we're here, the sound will start. The same setting can also be found in the drop-down arrow in the animation pane. Click on Timing. In the dialog box that appears, I can see the same start after previous setting, and I could change it from here if I wanted to. I'll click Cancel. Now when I play my presentation, Hansel and Pedal is my sound starts. And I can run my bullet points. And I forgot about it until about 15 minutes ago whenever I was at work. I'll pause the clip. They stick. When you want the sound to play automatically, this feature will save you a manual click and smooth out your delivery. It's nice that you can turn this option on from several different screens so that you can set the effect in a number of different circumstances. There may be times when your audio clip is longer than you want it to be. Maybe you only want to use a segment in the middle. You don't have to open the clip in a sound editing program. You can make the trim right inside PowerPoint. It's a good idea to keep your multimedia focused on material that supports the specific point you're making and trim out extraneous material from the beginning or end. I'm on slide 3 in my presentation. You can use any sound clip you've embedded. Do note that this technique works on both embedded and linked media, but only the audio clips that you've actually embedded will receive the benefits of the optimization tools we'll explore later in this course. Now click on your audio clip and play it. Great. Oh my gosh, that's beautiful. Hansel and Pedal for years. You can hear that I have all that introduction of the cellophane rattling. That would be great for me to trim out. When I'm clicked on my audio clip, 2 new Audio Tools tabs open up at the top. Click on the Playback tab. On the left side, there's a button that has a speaker on it and the words Trim Audio. Click on it. A Trim Audio dialog box opens. At the top, you can see your clip name on the left and the total duration on the right. In the middle, you have a timeline. The green handle on the left is the start of the clip, and the red handle on the right is the ending of the clip. You can see sound waves in the middle. These can help you find the perfect place to start or stop in coordination with your audio. Below the timeline are specific start and end times. The first 2 numbers are hours, after the colon are minute, and after the decimal are seconds, down to the thousandth of a second. These values will change as we move the handles, or you can type in the boxes to specify the exact moment yourself. When I click on the timeline, a blue playhead appears. I can use my spacebar to start and stop the playback. In the middle, I have a play arrow, which switches to a pause arrow. The buttons on either side will let me move the playhead forward and back 1/10 of a second at a time. by using this combination of buttons. I can click approximately where I want to start or end, and then fine-tune that moment with the arrows. Now I know that I had some cellophane, so I'll click back here and play. Cancel and pedal, and I can see in the sound waves right where my sound begins. So I'll put my playhead in that location and fine-tune it and play it and pedal for you. That was perfect. Now I'll drag my green handle to this position. If you can't land right on it, get as close as you can, and then edit the start time or the end time to the specific moment by using the arrows or by typing numbers into the box. Now keep in mind that if your start or finish is a bit abrupt, you may want to use the fade in and fade out features to ease your sound. If that's the case, leave yourself an extra second or two at the beginning or end of your clip. We'll explore fade in and fade out in a later video. When you're done, click OK. And when I click play, Cancel and Pedal for Years has been providing. We now have our shortened clip. If you need to make any further adjustments, like maybe that was a little fast, I can go back to Trim Audio and move my start back just a touch. Cancel and Pedal for Years has been providing. Now that I've trimmed the lengths of my clip, you can save some file size by using the Compress Media feature. We'll explore Compress Media in detail later in this course. For now, know that Compress Media will delete the unused portion of your audio clip, though it may reduce your sound quality as well. Once you've compressed your media clip, that trimmed material will be gone. And if you change your mind about your trimming points, you will need to start over again with a fresh file import. The ability to quickly and easily trim the beginning and end points of your audio clip right inside PowerPoint will save you hours of time, now that you don't have to open up sound editing software for quick edits. It's a good idea to keep your multimedia focused on material that supports the specific point you're making, and trim out extraneous material from the beginning or end. If your audio clip is too long, but you don't want to trim it, which would physically delete the beginning and end material, or if you just want to skip to relevant content, you can also specify a start time for your clip. I'm on slide 3 on my presentation. Play the clip, and note what time you want the clips to start to play. Cancel and pedal. For example, when I play this audio clip, I want to cut out the sounds of the cellophane, so I'll play the sound and then pause it at the moment I want. I'll even press my back button to go back 1/4 of a second. Make note of the approximate time here. Now, go to the Animations tab up on the ribbon, and then open up the Animation pane with this button here on the right. Here's my sound. It's going to take place after my bullet points. Click on the drop-down arrow to the right of the sound and choose Effect Options. By default, the sound is set to start from the beginning, but you could also set it to pick up where it left off if you'll be revisiting a long audio clip. You can also specify a custom starting point. That's what we need here. I'll set it to start 3.21 seconds into the sound clip. Now, there's no way to enter a specific stopping time, but you can change the behavior of the clip. By default, if I click on the slide during a presentation, it would move on to the next slide, which is why this says after current slide. Here, I can also click on the dot in front of on click, and when I click the slide, the audio would stop. The next click after that would move me on to the next slide. There's also a setting here for playing your sound clip across slides, but we're going to explore that option in a later video. I'll put this back to after current slide and click OK. Now when I click play on my speaker icon, it still has the original starting point, but when I play my slideshow and I click directly on my speaker, Cancel and Pedal for Years has been providing me the most amazing for. The sound starts at my specified time signature. When you don't want to play an entire sound clip, but you don't want to trim it, the ability to specify a start time for your audio gives you control over what part of your clip you do want to hear. If your sound clip begins or ends abruptly, you can soften the intros and outros by applying fade in and fade out effects. Click on the media clip that you want to adjust. Under the Audio Tools Playback tab, look on the left side in the Editing group, and you'll see a section for fade duration. There's a fade in the beginning and fade out for the end. Simply click on the spinner arrows to increase or decrease the fade in or out in 0.25 second increments. You can also type or edit the numbers in the box. I'll make this 3 seconds for the fade in and 3 seconds for the fade out. Now when I play my media clip, it will fade in from silence and fade out again at the end. The ability to create this fade will definitely enhance the flow of your presentation so that your audio clip doesn't jolt your audience. If you'd like a sound to repeat itself until you manually stop it, use the loop until stopped feature. That way, it will keep playing indefinitely until you click your mouse again. Here on my title slide, I have a music clip that I want to play while my audience is getting seated. Now, normally, I would have a full song here, set to repeat itself until my presentation starts. But to make the loop effect more obvious, I'm just going to use a very short clip. Click on your audio clip to select it, then go up to the Audio Tools Playback tab. In the center are a series of audio options. Find the option that says Loop Until Stopped, and click on its check mark. Now when I play the slideshow, as soon as the sound clip reaches the end, it starts over. If I want to pause the clip, click Pause on the audio playback controls. To advance to the next slide, just click your mouse on the slide background. I'll hit Escape and go back to slide 1. Now there's another way to set the clip to loop indefinitely found within the animation settings. Click on the Animations tab, and then open up the animation pane with this button on the right-hand side. Here's our sound. Click on it, and then click on the drop-down arrow, and choose Timing. In the dialog box that appears, click on the drop-down next to Repeat. Right now, because we've already set the clip to loop, it says Until End of Slide. Here you can loop the audio a specific number of times instead of leaving it to play indefinitely. If you set it to play 2, 3, 4, or 10 times in a row, it will just stop automatically. If I change this to Until Next Click, when I'm playing the slideshow and I click my mouse, instead of going to the next slide and stopping the audio, just the audio will stop and I can remain on the slide. I'm going to choose 3, and then click OK. Now when I play the slideshow, my sound will loop. Setting these options when looping your audio clip allows you to play a sound repeatedly while you remain on one slide. Being able to specify the number of loops or when to stop it makes this feature that much more powerful. The ability to delay the start of an audio clip has infinite uses. If the sound is set to play automatically, you can have it wait a specific length of time before it starts. Or if the sound is triggered by another action on the slide, setting a delay will keep the effects from being crammed together. On slide 3, I have an interview that will be turned into a radio ad. I would like it to play automatically when we get to this slide, but not until the text starts fading in. Click on your audio clip to select it, and then go up to the Audio Tools Playback button. Go to where it says Start on Click, and change this to Automatically. That way, our sound will start as soon as we show the slide without having to click. For more information about this option, see the movie in this chapter, Playing a Clip Automatically. Click on the Animations tab, and then open up the Animations pane using this button to the right. Make sure that your sound clip is above your text content, so the sound doesn't wait until after your bullet points. I'll click on the top edge of it, and drag it to the top of the pane. Notice that it now has a 0, saying that it will start automatically, and then the bullet points will begin. Look on the far right of your ribbon, and there's an item that says Delay. The first 2 digits are the number of seconds, and then the second 2 digits allow you to control the setting to the nearest hundredth. If you click the arrows up and down, the time jumps in increments of a quarter second. You can also click in the box and type. I'll change the delay to 5 seconds. That way the sound won't start the moment we land on the slide, but it'll give us a few seconds to start the content before it plays. The same setting can be found if I drop down the arrow next to my sound clip. I'll choose Timing. In the dialog box that appears, I can see the same delay, 5 seconds. I'll click OK. Now, let's watch our slideshow. After about 5 seconds, my sound will start, and I'll go ahead and advance my bullets normally. It's actually my anniversary tonight, and I forgot about it until about 15 minutes ago when I was at work. They're about to close. I said that they'd stay open to make one last arrangement for me. Delaying your sound clip gives you control over when the audio begins to play, and is particularly useful when you want the sound to start automatically, but not immediately, or for sounds that are triggered by other actions on the slide. We'll do that in a future movie in this course. PowerPoint gives you the ability to rewind an audio clip after you play it. But under most circumstances, this checkbox would have no effect, because after your sound plays, it would start from the beginning automatically if you played it again anyway. You would use this technique specifically when you want to be able to manually stop the audio clip by clicking your mouse, and then have the clip resume again from the beginning, instead of where you left off. I'm on slide 3 in my presentation, and I'll click on my speaker icon. I'll go up to the Audio Tools Playback tab. In the center are a series of audio options. Find the option that says Rewind after playing and click on its check mark. Go down and play your presentation. Now when I click on my speaker to start it, it plays. Awesome. And when I click on my speaker again, it'll start over. Awesome. So every time I click, awesome, it starts from the beginning. Pencil and pedal is awesome. Now it's interesting to note that if I actually use the controller, it'll pause and play normally but the speaker will make it start over again. Awesome. As you can see, rewinding a sound clip after playback is not a common action, but when you need it, you'll be glad it's there. When you insert a sound into a PowerPoint slide, it's represented with an attractive speaker icon, but the image is fairly generic. The good news is that you can apply any of PowerPoint's graphic formatting techniques to the icon, and even change the icon itself. Here's how. I'm on slide 3 in my presentation, and I have 2 different sound clips, so it would be useful to distinguish between them. I'll click on the first icon, so that it has a box around it, and I'll go up to the Audio Tools ribbon, and click on the Format tab. On the left-hand side, click on Change Picture, and then navigate to the image that you want to use. I'll use Card. When selecting the new icon, do think about how big you're going to want it to appear on your slide. If you're replacing the speaker with a picture, make sure it will look good at your desired size. We'll click Insert. The speaker has now been replaced with your image. You can resize the image by dragging on the corners, or you can use the height and width tools on the right side of the ribbon. You can also apply any of PowerPoint's image formatting tools to your new icon. Let's use our second speaker icon to explore those options. I do talk about all of these settings in the chapter about video formatting, so I'm not going to go into detail here. We're just going to check them out briefly. Go up to the Audio Tools Format tab and start on the left with Artistic Effects. These allow you to apply special effects. Hold your cursor over them until you find one that you like. I'm going to choose Plastic Wrap in the lower right-hand corner. That gives it a glossy finish. Now, I'll go to the Color button just to the left and change the gray to something prettier that matches my theme. I'll go with purple. I can use the Picture Styles gallery to select a preset frame, shadow, or rotation. I'll select Drop Shadow Rectangle, the fourth option, to give it some shadow and depth. I can then move to the left and choose Picture Border. If I want to add a border, I can choose a color, a width, and a line style, but I'm not going to choose one of those right now, so I'll click on the button again to close it. The next button down for Picture Effects will apply any of PowerPoint's graphic design effects to the icon. Notice as I move around here that these settings may override any formatting that you've already applied. I like how my icon looks, so I'll close the Picture Effects menu by clicking on the button a second time. Another way to apply these special effects, and even more, is to right-click on the icon and then choose Format Audio at the bottom of the drop-down. A dialog box opens with an extensive list of settings so that you can fine-tune your speaker icon to your heart's content. Again, we reviewed each of these formatting options in its own movie earlier in this course. Please take a look to learn what all of these settings do. When you're satisfied with your image's appearance, click Close. Being able to customize your speaker icon will allow you to format your audio clips to match your slideshow's look and feel, so that your entire presentation is consistent. You may find there are times when you don't want the audience to even see the speaker icon on the screen. Here's how to hide it. The first way is a classic from the early days of PowerPoint. Just drag the icon off the screen into the gray area. The speaker won't even be seen on the slide during your presentation, but it will function normally. Another old-school method used to be to hide the speaker icon behind another graphic. But there's no need for either of those workarounds anymore. A better way to hide it in PowerPoint 2010 is to click on your sound and select it, and then go up to the Audio Tools Playback tab. In the center, there are a series of audio options. Find the option that says Hide During Show, and click the check mark. Now when I play the slideshow though, I've got a problem. My sound will be hidden, so I can't click on it to start the clip. So if I'm gonna hide my clip, I have to have some way to start it. The simplest solution is to change the Start on click to Start Automatically, so that my sound plays as soon as I go onto its slide. But if you do this, here's a trap that you might fall into. Click on the Animations ribbon, and then go to the Animation pane. Notice that first I have my content placeholder. That's all my bullet points. And below that is my sound clip. If I want my sound to start at the beginning of the slide, I need to click on the top edge of my sound and drag it up above my content placeholder. Notice that it now has a 0, indicating that it will start playing automatically and before my bullet points. Now when I play my slideshow, my sound starts by itself. And there's no icon to clutter my visuals. My anniversary tonight, and I forgot about it, and I'll click Escape. 15. A more complex way is to add a separate object that triggers the audio clip when I click it. We talk about triggering sounds with objects in the next chapter of this course. When you don't want your sound clip icon to appear on your slide at all, using these techniques allows you to hide the image completely. I've done presentations when I wish I could easily skip over parts of my sound clips if the content wasn't right for a specific audience, or if we didn't need to hear the entire clip, just samples. In PowerPoint 2010, you have the ability to navigate within your audio clips by inserting bookmarks at specific moments. I'm on slide 3 in my presentation, and I'll click on my audio icon. Go up to the Audio Tools and the Playback ribbon. We're going to start by adding a bookmark right at the beginning. Look on the left-hand side at the Bookmarks group and click Add Bookmark. A yellow dot appears at the timeline below my audio clip. Now play the clip, and at the point where you want to insert your second bookmark, click the pause button. In addition to flowers and plants, and being a full-service florist, we also have a variety of gifts, antiques, cards, candles, items I think it would be really hard to find anywhere else to spell out. Then notice that you have back and forward buttons if you need to fine-tune your moment. I'll go ahead and jump this back a little bit, and then I'll go back up and add a second bookmark. I'll press play again and repeat the process as needed. You can also click in the timeline and move to different parts as you'd like to. I'll go back to this bookmark and play again. Flowers. Right? Oh my gosh, don't forget a whole Hansel and I'll click my back button, add another bookmark. Now I'm going to add one more bookmark right before she talks about price, somewhere around the 22 time signature, reminding me of the most amazing floral arrangements. They never fail to greet me with a smile. And add another bookmark. Because this is truly just another segment of the same interview, I don't really need this bookmark. To remove a bookmark, click on it so that the dot turns yellow. Then go back up to the left side of the ribbon and choose Remove Bookmark. The bookmark disappears. Once you have all your bookmarks placed, let's play our slideshow and see how the bookmarks work. I'll start the slideshow. When I hold my cursor over the speaker icon, I can see my bookmarks, which I can use to instantly play different segments of the audio clip. If I go back to the beginning and I press play to flowers, I can use Alt-Home to rewind flowers and plants. In addition to flowers and plants, and Alt-End to move forward segment by segment. Hers has been providing me the most amazing floral arrangement. I'll hit Escape to stop. Great new for smart. In addition to navigating within your sound clip, you can also use bookmarks to trigger actions. We'll explore that technique in the next chapter. One of the classic PowerPoint techniques is to play a sound as you move from slide to slide. These transition sound effects, however, are also one of the most abused. Let's take a look at how to add effective and appropriate sounds to your transitions. Click on your first slide, and then click on the Transitions tab. In the center are a series of transition effects. Use the More button so that you can see the entire gallery. I'm going to choose Honeycomb because it reminds me of bees, and this is a presentation about flowers. Whenever possible, try and find a transition effect reminiscent of your content. When I looked at that preview though, the transition took a really long time. I'm going to go up to the right-hand side and shorten the duration from 4.4 to 1.5. I'll go back to the left-hand side of the ribbon and click the preview button. That looks a lot better to me. Next, let's add the sound effect. Just above the duration on the right-hand side is a button for sound. Click on the drop-down and a list of built-in sounds appear. I'll choose breeze, mostly because bees fly, but also because it's not as jarring as some of the other sounds. Again, it's important to pick a relevant sound effect that's not going to annoy your audience. But look at the bottom of the list. There's the option Other Sound. This will allow you to import your own WAV file sound effect. I definitely suggest keeping the clip short, approximately the desired length of your transition. Otherwise, you'll arrive on your slide and have to wait for the sound to finish every time. Click on Other Sound, and a Windows dialog box appears. Navigate to your desired WAV file. I have a bee buzz that will work well with my honeycomb. Click on it, and click OK. Now I've created my own transition sound. Now, look back on that menu again. At the very bottom, there's an option to loop until the next sound. If I selected this, the transition sound wouldn't stop. My bee would keep buzzing and buzzing and buzzing until I get to the next slide. Even if I have an audio clip on this slide, it won't stop the transition sound. Only choose this option if you have a specific purpose in mind, or that sound will continue indefinitely. Along the same lines, at the top of the list is an option to stop the previous sound. This again only applies to transition sounds. So if your transition sound is too long, you can use this command on the following slide to cut it off when you get there. I'll go back to b.wave. Now once you've chosen your transition and sound effect, you can see this little shooting star next to your thumbnail. Notice that it's been only set for this one slide that we're on. If I want the same sound for every transition, click on the Apply to All button underneath the sound and duration. Once I click it, that little star appears on all my slides. Now let's play our slideshow. Hansel and Gretel now has bees buzzing through a honeycomb. Again, I can't emphasize enough to be intentional when designing your slide transitions. Your visual and audio effects must be relevant to your content, stylistically attractive, and not annoying to your audience, especially if you use them on every slide. Most people's favorite PowerPoint technique is to animate the objects on your slide so they enter and exit or move around. It's possible to add a sound effect to those animations. Let's take a look at how to add effective and appropriate sounds to the movement on your slides. Click on a graphic you want to animate. I'll click on our logo. Then, go to the Animations ribbon. In the center are a series of animation effects, and as I hold my cursor over each one, I can see a preview. I'll click on the More button in the lower right-hand corner to see the entire gallery. And I'll choose the entrance effect, Grow and Turn, because it looks nice with the flower in our logo. Now, my logo came in fairly quickly. I'm going to move to the right-hand side and change my duration to 1.5. Now, let's add the sound effect. Click on the Animation Pane button, and detailed information about our objects appear. Click on the drop-down arrow to the right of the picture, and then select Effect Options from the list. Our top option is for sound. Click on the drop-down, and a list of built-in sounds appears. I might choose breeze, mostly because it's the most natural of the sounds that go with our flower shop. But at the bottom of the list is an option for Other Sound. This will allow you to import your own WAV file sound effect. I definitely suggest keeping the clip short, approximately the desired length of your animation. Otherwise, your animation may finish before your sound effect. When I click on it, a Windows dialog box opens. Navigate to your desired sound clip. I have a bee buzz that will work well with my flower logo. Click OK. Now I've created my own animation sound. Now note, at the very top of the list is an option to stop the previous sound. This would turn off any other animation sounds that you may have applied that don't stop at the end of the animation. So if your animation sound is too long, you can use this command to cut the sound off when you move to the next entrance or exit effect. I'll stick with b.wave. I'll click OK to close the dialog box. Now once you've chosen your animation sound effect, you can see this number next to the thumbnail. This tells you what order that animation will play on your slide, relative to all the other objects. Right now, we don't have any other animations, so the number is just 1. Now, go to slide 2. You can apply this same technique to your bullet points. I'll click in my text and then click on the edge of the text box holder so that the edge is solid. That will make my animation apply to everything inside it. I'll choose Fade In as my entrance animation, and I'll go over to Effect Options and make sure that it comes in by paragraph so that each bullet point comes in when I click my mouse. To apply the sound effect, I'll do it the same way. I'll click on its drop-down arrow in the animation pane and choose Effect Options. This time I'm going to choose the sound Wind at the very bottom, and I'm going to turn the volume down, almost as far as it can go, and click OK. Now let's go back to slide 1 and play our slideshow. Hansel and Petal now has bees buzzing as the logo appears on the slide. And here are our bullet points. Again, I can't emphasize enough to be intentional when designing your object animations. Your visual and audio effects must be relevant to the content, stylistically attractive, and not annoying to your audience, especially if you use them on every bullet point or graphic. There may be times when you'd like to trigger your audio clip to begin in another way than clicking on the speaker icon itself. For example, maybe you have your sound clip set to remain hidden when it's not playing, so you need a way to start it since you can't even see it to click on it. You can select another object on your slide to click on in order to trigger your sound to play. I'm working on slide 2. In our case, I have an audio clip that I want to play while I'm on this slide, but I'd rather the audience be looking at my web page without being distracted by my speaker icon. There are 2 places where we can set this up. My first step, no matter which method I use, is to hide the speaker icon. Click on the audio icon to select it. Then go up to the Audio Tools Playback tab. In the center are a series of audio options. Find the option that says Hide During Show, and click on its checkmark. Now when the slideshow plays, my sound icon won't show. Now let's tell the speaker to play when you click on another object. While we're still clicked on the speaker icon, go to the Animations tab. Click on the Trigger button on the right side of the ribbon. Hover over On Click Of, and you'll see a list of objects on your slide. We'll choose Picture 2, the image of the web page. But this demonstrates that you don't even have to make a special button as the trigger. You can set a slide's title or a text box to be the trigger. I'll click on Picture 2. Now the second place to set this trigger is in the Animation Settings. Click on the Animation Pane button just above the trigger. In the panel on the right-hand side, click on the drop-down arrow next to our sound clip and then select Timing. Click on the Triggers button here if you need to. And notice that it says Start Effect on Click of Picture 2. This is the same setting from up here on the Pictured button, but it's nice to know you can reach the same trigger options from deep within the settings. Click OK. Now when I play my slideshow, we can test our object trigger. When I click on the picture of my web page, the audio plays, though we would love to see you here. If you can't make it into the shot, please check us out online. Being able to activate audio files by clicking on other objects on the slide allows you to integrate sounds in your presentation without having to show the default speaker icon at all. If you have a hyperlink in your slideshow that opens up a web page while you talk, you can assign a sound effect or audio clip to play while the browser opens. On slide 4, I want to show my audience our website. For my last bullet point, I'll type in http://www.hanselandpetal.com. As soon as I hit the spacebar, it automatically becomes a hyperlink, complete with blue color and underlining. When I click on it during my slideshow, it will go to this website. Now, highlight the text, and then go to the Insert ribbon. In the center of the ribbon is an Action button. Click on it, and an Action Settings dialog box opens up. At the bottom, there's an option for Play Sound. And when I click on the drop-down, I get a list of PowerPoint's built-in sounds that I can choose from. At the bottom of the list, there's the option of choosing Other Sound, so that you can use any WAV file of your own choice. I'll select Drum Roll, and then click OK. Now, we'll play our slideshow and test our hyperlink. I'll click on the slideshow button, and click on the link. I hear a Dremel and Internet Explorer opens. This adds a sense of humor. Applying a sound clip to a hyperlink is a practical way of using the time it takes to open up a browser window and load the web page. In a previous chapter, I showed you how to add bookmarks to a sound clip so that you can fast forward to key moments in the audio. One of my favorite PowerPoint tricks is using those same bookmarks to trigger animations on your slide. For example, you can use this technique to make text or an image appear at a key moment during a soundbite. During our audio clip, I would like to have text titles fade in and out during key moments. As the clip ends, I want my company's logo to fade up into the center. To do that, first I need to insert bookmarks at each transition spot. I need one at each point where I want the text to appear. And if I want the text to disappear, then I need a second bookmark at the moment I want it to go. This presentation already has the bookmarks placed for you. If I hold my cursor over each bookmark, in the control bar below the speaker icon, it's labeled in the order that I added them to the audio clip. If you don't add them in sequence, they won't be labeled 1, 2, 3, but that's not a problem. It's just something to be conscious of. Now, I need to insert the text boxes I want to fade in as the video starts. I already have text on this slide, but both bullet points are in one text box. This effect will be easier to create if I separate my two bullets into two separate text boxes. I'll start by resizing my main content placeholder so that it no longer takes up the whole slide. I'll click on the handle in the lower right corner and drag it up and to the left. My final position doesn't matter at this point because I'm going to resize the text and align the box later. I just want to get it out of the way. Now, go up to the Insert ribbon and click on Text Box in the middle. Draw the box where you want it to go. I'll draw my box to the right of my existing content placeholder, clicking next to it and dragging down and to the right. When I let go, a dotted box will appear. Highlight the second bullet point and cut it. Then click on the text box and paste it. It will lose its formatting, but we'll take care of that in just a moment. We can select both text boxes so that we can format them at the same time. This text box is already selected. You can see the handles around it. But if I hold down my Shift key and then click on the other text, both text boxes are selected. On the Home ribbon, click in the font box and type in News, and it jumps to News Gothic MT. Then, click in the box where it says 18+, and change that to 40. Next, this text has bullets. This one doesn't, and I would rather that they both don't. If I click on the Bullets button right in the middle of the ribbon, first they both get bullets. And then when I click on it again, the bullets go away. Now, we need to resize both of the text boxes so all the words are on one line. I'll click on the right-hand edge to make them longer. And because they're both selected, they both resize at the same time. But I also need to shrink the boxes up. So I'm going to click off of the boxes, click back on Describe Services, and make that shrink to fit. Then I'll do the same for Include Interviews. I'll shrink that box to fit. Now, let's add our logo. I'll go to the Insert ribbon and click on the second button for Picture. I'll navigate to the file that I want. I'll choose Hansel and Petals Cart. When it arrives on the slide, it's way too big, but I'll grab one of the corners and shrink it up and then move it back into the center of the slide. The next step is to reposition all three objects. I'm going to want all of them to fade in and out from the center of the slide. I'll hold my Shift key down and click on all three of them. Go to the Picture Tools Format ribbon if you're not already on it. Towards the right-hand side, there's a button for Align, and I'll choose Align Center. Then choose Align again and select Align Middle. All three boxes should be right on top of each other. Now, switch to the Animations ribbon and choose the entrance animation you want. To keep my presentation classy, I'm going to use the standard fade. I'm going to increase the duration using this feature on the right-hand side up to 2 seconds. I also want each text box to fade out before the next animation. So click on this button with the blue star, Add Animation, and down at the bottom I have Exit Effects. And I'll choose the second one, Fade. This time I'll increase the duration to 1.5. Now we're ready to use our audio clips bookmarks to activate the animation effects. I want the first animation to fade in simultaneously with my sound. I'll open up the animation pane with this button right here. On the animation pane, I can see the green entrance and the red exit animations. I can see Describe Services, but notice that the Include Interviews doesn't say Include Interviews, it says Text Box 4. That's because we inserted it manually. Our logo is picture 5. Click on Describe Services Entrance with the green star. Then go up to the Triggers button. A drop-down appears with the choices of On Click or On Bookmark. Hold your cursor over On Bookmark and a list of all your bookmarks will appear. The bookmarks are listed consecutively in the order they were added to the sound clip. So the first one is the first bookmark, and the second one is the second bookmark, and so forth. The reason why I say it that way is that the numbers themselves may not be consecutive. The numbers assigned to each one refer to the order you added them to the clip. So, click on the first bookmark, no matter what number it has assigned to it. If your text is going to remain on your slide the entire time, you're actually already done. But we're going to do things the hard way, with 2 text boxes and a logo, so we need this text box to fade out. Click on Describe Services Exit Animation, and then go back up to the Triggers button, On Bookmark, and choose the second bookmark. Now do the same steps for Include Interviews. I'll click on Text Box 4's animation with the green star, go up to the trigger, On Bookmark, and the third bookmark. In this case, it's bookmark 2. Then do the same for the exit animation on that text box. Trigger, On Bookmark, and this is the 4th action. Last, we want our logo to fade in at the end. So I'll click on Picture 5's entrance, choose Trigger, On Bookmark, and select the last of the bookmarks. Now here I do have an exit animation for my logo, but I want it to stay on screen. So I'll simply click on it and press Delete on my keyboard. Now click on your speaker icon, and then go up to the Audio Tools Playback ribbon. I want you to notice that I have this set to hide during the show, and for it to start automatically. That way we won't see the icon or have to click on it. Let's start our slideshow. In addition to flowers and plants, and being a full-service florist, we also have a variety of gifts, antiques, cards, candles, items I think it would be really hard to find anywhere else. Flowers, white, oh my gosh, they're beautiful. Hansel and Petal for years has been providing me the most amazing floral arrangements. They never fail to greet me with a smile. As far as customer service and cost and product, you just can't beat Hansel and Petal. I love this place, I absolutely love it. That loads spectacular. PowerPoint 2010's ability to assign animations to bookmarks opens up a whole new level of multimedia. The fact that you can animate text titles and images to coordinate with your audio clips makes it look like you made a movie, with almost no investment of time or money. So far, I've shown you a number of ways to insert sound effects and audio clips into your presentation. You have the ability to extend your sound so that it plays across any number of slides. Let's take a look at all the different places where you can control that setting. By default, when you move to the next slide, your sounds stop automatically. On my title slide, I have some light music that I'd like to play during my first 2 slides. And I have a bee buzzing that I'd like to play for my last 2 slides. Click on the sound icon and go to the Audio Tools Playback tab, where it says Start on Click. Change this to Play Across Slides. And when you get to the next slide, the sound will still keep playing. Then when you choose this setting, PowerPoint will also start to play the clip automatically. If you still want to start the playback manually by clicking on the button, go to the Animations tab, and on the right-hand side, change Start back to On Click. If your sound clip is short and you need it to repeat itself until you reach that desired number of slides, go back to the Audio Tools Playback tab and click on Loop until stopped. Now the clip will repeat itself as you move through the slideshow, instead of stopping on the first time through. Since we don't want to loop indefinitely through the whole slideshow, we just want the clip to play for 2 slides. Go back to the Animations ribbon, and on the right-hand side, turn on the Animations pane. Click on the drop-down arrow next to our sound clip, and select Effect Options. In the middle section called Stop Playing, the last option says After, and you can choose the number of slides. Because we already set it to play across slides, you'll see a 999 here, set to the maximum so that there's no concern about adding slides and accidentally stopping short. But when you need to, this is the place to tell it to play across 2 slides or 10 slides. So since we're going to play music for 2 slides, delete the 999 and type 2. Now click OK. Now let's look at another technique. If you've applied a sound to a slide transition, as I showed you how to do in the previous chapter, you can set it so that the sound doesn't stop after it's played once. Click on slide 3, and then go to the Transitions tab, and on the right-hand side of the ribbon there's an option for sound. When you drop down the list, you could choose any of these sound effects, but personally I wouldn't want to loop these constantly. I'll click on Other Sound at the very bottom, and I'll navigate to my B. Don't forget, as I showed you in the movie about transition sounds, your own transition sound effects must be WAV files. I'll click OK. Now click on the drop-down next to sound one more time. At the very bottom there's a check mark that toggles on or off loop until next sound. Click on this. This will play the transition sound repeatedly until you choose another sound on another transition. If you click on slide 5, you can see that I've already selected the WAV file, wind. Now I want to go to slide 1 and play my slideshow. My sound will start on slide 1 when I click on it, and continue through slide 2. Then my B-Buzz transition sound will play from 3 to 4, until I get to slide 5 and another transition sound plays. Let's hear it. The ability to span your audio effects across slides allows you to continue to provide content even as long sounds play, and to continue sounds as long as they support your point. As always, make sure you choose sounds which further understanding of your concept, so they're neither gratuitous nor annoying to your audience. Setting your slideshow to music is perfect when the presentation will be self-running, or when you're not actually talking about the content. In previous chapters, I've shown you all the techniques you'll need, but because this is such a common practice, it's useful to bring the techniques all together. If you'd like further information about any of these steps, please view the individual movies. You do need to take copyright protection into consideration. If this slideshow is for personal use, playing published music won't do any harm. But if your presentation is for business, you should ask for written permission to use the music. When in doubt, royalty-free music can be found online. Your music can be saved as MP3, WMA, AIFF, or any of the most common digital music file formats. By default, the sound files are embedded into your PowerPoint presentation. In PowerPoint 2007 and earlier, the files were linked, meaning that they were stored in their original locations on your hard drive and merely referenced. If you're working on a presentation that was created in PowerPoint 2007 or 2003, you may want to delete and reinsert the files for consistency. Now let's go up to the Insert ribbon and choose Audio at the far end. Navigate to the Intro Short file and double-click on it. A speaker appears in the center of the slide. Go ahead and drag it down to the lower right-hand corner. Go up to the Audio Tools Playback tab. I'll click on Start and change this to Play Across Slides so that my music plays by itself when the presentation starts and continues through the slideshow. Tell PowerPoint to hide the icon during the show with this option here. If you want the music to repeat itself as long as the slideshow runs, you would put a check mark in front of loop until stopped. If you're going to follow with another tune like we're going to do, I'll leave this unchecked. You may choose to add a few seconds of fade to the beginning and ending, adding a touch of elegance so that the start and ending isn't abrupt. I'll change each of these to 2.5. Last, go to the Animations tab, and on the right-hand side, turn on the animation pane. Check to make sure that your sound file is at the top of the list. If you're going to want to switch to another song after this song plays once, PowerPoint doesn't have a way to automatically start the second song after the first. You could open the songs in audio editing software, string the tracks together consecutively, and then export them as one file. If you don't have the ability to do that, you'll need to figure out where you'll be in your slideshow when the first song ends. If you're not sure, go to a later slide instead of an earlier one, so that you don't cut off or overlap your music. I'll go to slide 4, and repeat the same steps that we did for the first song. I'll go to the Insert ribbon, click on the audio icon on the far right. I'll navigate to the audio short file, and insert it. Drag it down to the bottom right corner. Click on the playback ribbon. Change the start to play across slides. Tell it to hide it during the show. Increase the fade to 2.5 and the fade out to 2.5 as well. And then click on the Animations tab. And notice here that my content placeholder, my bullet points are set to go first and then my sound. So let's move our sound clip up to the top. Now go back to slide 1 and let's play our slideshow. My first song starts and I'm on my way. Voila, a soundtrack. While there is no way to build an actual soundtrack, taking advantage of PowerPoint's sound techniques allows you to play the music right along with your content. It's usually easiest to insert digital music files directly into your presentation, but if you have the music on CD, it's also possible to play tracks during the slideshow. One of the benefits of playing music off of a CD is that your PowerPoint's file size will stay small because you're not including the audio file. But there are 2 drawbacks. One is that you will always have to have the CD with you. And the other is that you can't include the music if you'll be saving your slideshow as a self-running presentation. You also need to take copyright protection into consideration. If this slideshow is for personal use, playing published music won't do any harm. But if your presentation is for business or for the public, you should ask for written permission to use the music. Because Microsoft recommends that you embed actual MP3 and WMA files, instead of playing them from CD, they've actually removed the necessary commands from the ribbons. You'll have to add the Play CD Audio Track button to the menu or to the Quick Access toolbar. Go to the File tab, and then click on Options on the bottom left corner. If you'd like to add the button to the Quick Access toolbar that's in the top left corner of your screen, you would choose Quick Access toolbar right here. Instead, we're going to add it to our Insert ribbon. So I'm going to choose Customize ribbon. On the right-hand column, click on Insert. Down at the bottom of that column, click on New Group. New Group appears at the end of the list under Insert. I'll choose Rename, and I'll title this Music. You can call it anything you want. I'll click OK. In the left-hand column, where it says Popular Commands up at the top, click on the drop-down arrow and change that to Commands Not in the ribbon. Scroll down to the P's and find Play CD Audio Track, and click on it. Make sure that Music is highlighted, and click Add. Then click OK to close the dialog box. Go to your Insert tab, and look on the far right. You now have a button for Play CD Audio Track. Click on it. The Insert CD Audio dialog box opens. Your first step is to specify your starting track number. I'll choose track 4. If you want to start partway into the song, change the time signature here. If you just want to play that one track, set the end track to the same number. If you want it to continue to play, set this to the ending track number. I'll set this to track 4, so that I'm playing just that one track. Now these options are grayed out, but we'll be able to set those from the ribbons. Click OK. You now have an icon of a CD with music notes on your slide. Drag it to the lower right-hand side, and you have a brand new ribbon at the top that says CD Audio Tools and Options. Here, you can apply all the same features we've talked about in this and previous movies. You can adjust the volume, your starting and stopping tracks. I can tell it to play across slides. If I want song 4 to loop, I can set it to loop, and I'll hide the icon during the show. Now I'll go ahead and play my presentation, and my music will begin. Although music CDs are beginning to fall by the wayside in favor of digital music files, there still may be times when you need to implement the old school approach. One of the classic uses for PowerPoint is to create a self-running presentation, designed to play in a loop without anyone nearby to control it. Whether you're at a trade show, in a store, or sitting in a waiting room, businesses use PowerPoint to inform customers about their products. There's entertainment value too. In this day and age, YouTube and other websites are chock full of videos made by people just like you. You can use PowerPoint to create your own movie with graphics, text, video clips, and sounds. One of the key elements is recording a voiceover narration, telling your customers everything they need to know, just like they were listening to you in person. You don't need any fancy equipment. The recording studio is right in PowerPoint. All you need is a microphone, plugged into your microphone jack on your computer, and you're in business. We cover in detail how to set up your microphone in the Recording Your Own Sounds movie earlier in this course. The first thing that we need to do is to prepare your presentation to be self-running, if you're going to let it play by itself on a screen in front of customers. If your end product is going to be saving your PowerPoint presentation as a movie, you won't need these settings, but it's good to know they're there. Click on the Slideshow tab, and then click on Setup Slideshow in the left center of the ribbon. In the Setup Show dialog box, we're going to leave the show type on Presented by Speaker full screen because we want ours to be full screen. If you will be showing the presentation on a computer, you might want kiosk mode because it prevents customers from advancing slides using the keyboard or the mouse. The only key that works in kiosk mode is Escape to stop the presentation. If your self-running show is designed to play over and over, tell it to loop continuously until Escape. Right now, I'm going to leave that off. We are going to use the laser pointer, so go ahead and choose a color that contrasts well with your color scheme. I'll leave that on red. Last, set the Advanced Slides option to Using Timings if present. Now, click OK. It's time to record your voiceover narration. You can talk through your entire presentation, or you can include the voiceover on just a few slides. When you record the narration, you will also record your animations, transitions, slide timings, and laser pointer. If you intend to have the sounds attached to your transitions and animations, record your narrations first, and later add the sound effects. Try to minimize playing your video clips, audio clips, and sound effects through speakers during your recording process. When you play the finished slideshow, you'll hear an echo chamber of the media sounds in the narration, playing at the same time as the media in the actual presentation itself. If possible, use a microphone that has a headset so that you can hear the sounds, but they won't be picked up by your mic. You can do all your recording in one take, but don't worry if you flub something. Don't stop, just keep going. You can either reset that one slide, or you'll be able to go back and re-record the narration on specific slides. When you're ready, on the slideshow ribbon, there's a button that says Record Slideshow. Click on the top part of the button, not the drop-down arrow. A box appears giving you the option of recording the slide and animation timings, or just the narrations and laser pointer. We're going to leave both boxes checked so that we can save our final product either as a movie or as a self-running presentation. Click Start Recording to begin. Your slideshow will start, just as though you were giving it to an audience. A Rehearse Timings toolbar floats in the upper left corner. If you need to pause your recording, click this button. The first timestamp shows how long you've been on that one slide. The second timestamp is the total time for the presentation. Speak directly into the microphone to narrate the first slide. Be as natural as possible. Hi, I'm Alicia, and we're going to discuss new advertising opportunities for Hansel and Petal. When you're ready to go to slide 2, click your mouse. Say everything that you would say in front of a live audience. Move through your slideshow at the pace you want to see in your final product. Pretend you're someone who's never seen your product before, and give yourself some time to read your text and look at all your graphics. If you make a mistake, you can click this Repeat button to start that slide over again. I'll do that right now. It will tell me recording pause and ask me to resume. You can see that the Rehearse Timings toolbar has reset itself to the beginning of this slide. If a slide has no narration, don't rush through it. After an appropriate length of time, not too short and not too long either, go on to your next slide. Now you also have a laser pointer to draw attention to key information. Hold down your Control key and then click your mouse. You'll have a bright beam of light to highlight points of interest. If you have audio clips and movie clips in your slideshow, be sure not to talk at all during those slides like I'm doing now. On this slide, I have an audio clip. 2 more suggestions to avoid the echo chamber are to mute the sound clip before you record the narration if the sound is set to play automatically. And then when you're done, set the volume back to normal. If the sound is set to click, don't play the sound at all. Now when you reach your last slide, the presentation will open in Slide Sorter view. Under each slide, you can see information about what was recorded. If there's a star, there's a transition or animation effect. Time shows the total amount of time that slide is on screen. A speaker on the thumbnail indicates that you've recorded a narration on that slide. Getting an entire narration right in one take is extremely difficult. When you're ready to re-record, select the slide that you need to fix. I'll double-click on slide 1. On the Slideshow tab, click on the drop-down below Record Slideshow and choose the option Start Recording from Current Slide. Click Start Recording and re-record that slide's narration. Hi, I'm Alicia, and we're going to discuss new advertising opportunities for Hansel and Petal. You can either continue on to other slides or press Escape to end the re-record. Repeat the process on any other slides that need a second take. Now, if, during your playback, you experience that echo chamber on slides that have multimedia. Now let's take a look at slide 3. If your movie sounds were picked up by the microphone and they're playing during the slideshow itself, the best solution is to delete the narration from this slide. Click on the drop-down for Record Slideshow and hold your cursor over Clear. In the flyout, at the top are options for removing your timings, but we don't want to do that. At the bottom, you have choices to remove the narration from either the one slide that you're clicked on or from the entire presentation. If, by the way, you ever see the top options grayed out, it's because you're not actually clicked on your slide. I'll go ahead and I'll clear the narration from this current slide. Now, when we play this as self-running, they won't hear the narration at all, just the media clip. Now go to slide 4. You can see both my narration and the original audio clip. Another way to remove the slide's narration is to click on the little speaker in the bottom right corner and press Delete on your keyboard. If, for any reason, you decide to re-record your voiceover narration from scratch, be sure to go up to Record Slideshow and go to Clear and tell it to clear the narrations on all the slides. Otherwise, the two might overlay each other and your timings may possibly interfere. Now go back to slide 2 and then click on your speaker icon. This speaker icon acts just like all other audio icons. I can go up to Audio Tools and Format and apply all the same settings to it that I showed you in previous chapters. If I click on it and go to Audio Tools Playback, I can see that it's automatically hidden and that the start is not on click, while I don't see anything in the box. If I drop it down, I can see automatically highlighted in orange. Now go to the Animations tab. I see that my speaker has a little 0 next to it, indicating that the audio clip is timed to play right after the slide appears. And if I go up to the ribbon, I can also see that it's set to start after previous. Now, since we spent so much time discussing that you can't record a narration on a slide with a media clip because of the echo, what could you possibly do if you want both a voiceover and a sound on the same slide? Get creative. Record the voiceover as a separate sound, using the techniques that we learned in the earlier movie about recording a sound. Then, use the animation pane to specify what order you want the sound clip and your audio narration, and have them play automatically one after another, or simultaneously, taking advantage of the delay feature. Once you start making adjustments like that, you'll all of a sudden find that your original side timings may no longer be correct. You may need to make them longer or shorter. If you go to the Transitions tab, you can see on the far right-hand side there's a setting for Advanced Slides After. You can either increase or decrease this length of time to accommodate your changes in your sound, or you can turn off the timing altogether and tell it to advance when you click. And last, remember my suggestion from the beginning that if you're recording your narration, wait to turn on transition and animation sound effects until after you record, so that you don't hear them echo twice during the voiceover. Wow, that was a lot of information. But keep in mind that I've just shown you workarounds for some of the most intricate applications of multimedia in PowerPoint. What I want you to come away with is that recording voiceover narrations will allow you to give your presentation without even being present in the room. The fact that you can record and re-record as needed gives you powerful movie-making capability within the software you already know how to use. One of the biggest challenges in designing a PowerPoint slideshow is that you have to bear in mind what computer you're going to play it on. Will it be Windows or a Mac? Will they have PowerPoint 2010? Or are they still using 2007 or even the 2003 version? Since you never know how someone else's computer is configured, you can use the Optimize Media Compatibility utility so that you're not caught off guard in the middle of your big day. The Optimize Media Compatibility checker modifies your multimedia so that it will play on any computer configuration, not just your own. Go up to the File tab and click on Info. The top section says Optimize Media Compatibility. Interestingly, this option only shows up under certain circumstances. Otherwise, you won't even see it on the menu. You'll see it when you have media eligible for conversion. In other words, a media clip in a format other than WMV, WMA, or MIDI files. You'll see it if you have linked media files. And you'll see it if you have a video inserted from a website that requires an internet connection. If you had linked videos, optimized for compatibility won't actually run on them. It will ask you to embed them instead. If you'd like to do that, click on View Links, and you'll see a list of all the media in your file that are not actually embedded. Click on one, and if you want to embed it, click on Break Link. This second one is a Flash file, and optimized compatibility doesn't actually work on it, so that's why I don't have the option for breaking the link. And my third one is my reference to my YouTube video. Also, it's not actually in my presentation, so there's no link to break. I'll go ahead and click Close. So now I'll click on Optimize Compatibility, this big button right here, and run the checker. When I run it, I'll see a summation dialog box. Each media clip that's eligible for optimization will be listed. After each one runs, when it's done, it will be labeled as either unsupported or complete. If it says unsupported, that means either the file type isn't actually supported by the Optimized Media Compatibility Checker, or it might mean that the media format won't work in PowerPoint 2007 and other versions of the software. If that's the case, I might need to convert the media clip to another format and reinsert it. If the media clip is labeled complete, the Optimize utility has modified the clip for compatibility, and it should play in PowerPoint 2007 or 2010 without a hitch. Now here's another issue you might come across. If you have multiple instances of the same video in your slideshow, and you run the Optimized Media Compatibility Checker, you may find that your trims or bookmarks disappear on all the instances of the video except for the very first one. This is because the utility maintains the first video, but inserts pointers to the original instance instead of embedding multiple occurrences. To get around that, run the Optimized Media Compatibility Checker after you insert each occurrence of the video, before going on to the next one. Each embedded video will then be considered unique. If you're going to play a PowerPoint presentation on any other computer besides your own, be sure to run the finished file through Optimized Media Compatibility before you move it onto the new machine. That will make sure that your videos and audio will play under any circumstances. One of the things that you have to bear in mind in designing a PowerPoint slideshow is what computer you're going to play it on. Will they have PowerPoint 2010, or are they still using 2007, or even the 2003 version? You'd be surprised at how many companies haven't made the switch years after the software upgrade was released. Here's a step you can take ahead of time so that you're not caught off guard in the middle of your big day. PowerPoint 2010 allows dozens of new media file formats that weren't available when PowerPoint 2007 was released. The only video formats supported natively in PowerPoint 2007 were WMV, AVI, ASF, and MPEG. If you just opened up your presentation in PowerPoint 2007, any media clips in formats other than those would turn into static graphics of the first frame of the video. It would be terrible to walk into a presentation only to find that your videos were completely gone. To alert you to any media file format issues, go up to the File tab in the upper left-hand corner of the screen and click on it. Go down to the Info section. At the bottom, you'll see Prepare for Sharing. Click on the big Check for Issues button, and then select the third option, Check Compatibility. When I select it, the PowerPoint Compatibility Checker opens. For this file, I get a message that says, the media clips inserted or upgraded in this version of PowerPoint will be saved as pictures, Slide 4 and Slide 10. I'll click OK to close the dialog box. On Slide 4, I have an embedded movie. And down on Slide 10, I have an embedded audio clip. PowerPoint 2007 and earlier did not allow you to embed your media clips in the presentation at all. Everything in 2007 was linked. If you're moving to 2007, you'll need to delete both this audio clip and this video, and reinsert them using the Link to File option in the Insert Video dialog box. For more information about this technique, please see my linking and embedding video earlier in this course. If you're going to run a PowerPoint presentation on any other computer besides your own, be sure to run the finished file through the compatibility checker before you move it to the new machine. This will make sure that your videos and audio will play, no matter what version of PowerPoint that computer has. If you created your PowerPoint presentation in Office 2007 and are now going to modify or play it in 2010, your multimedia may work, but you won't be able to take advantage of 2010's new audio and video playback capabilities. You'll want to convert the file, which will upgrade the format, embed your assets, and make all the features available. For example, I'm on Slide 4 in my presentation and click on your video clip. When I go up to the Playback ribbon, I can see that bookmarks, trimming, fade duration are all grayed out. So the first way to convert my media is on an individual basis. If I double-click or right-click on my clip, I get an option to upgrade the media. This will allow it to use the new multimedia features in this version of PowerPoint. The media object will also become embedded in the document. Now what that means is PowerPoint 2007 doesn't embed the files, it doesn't import them into your PowerPoint the way PowerPoint 2010 does. Instead, it merely links to them. We talk about linking and embedding in the first chapter of this course. Converting your file will also embed not just your sound and video, but charts and diagrams as well. Now I have a check mark here to upgrade all the media objects in this document, and I could do them all at once by putting a check mark here. But for the moment, I'm just going to upgrade this one. So I'll click the upgrade button. There's another place where you can run the conversion as well. Go up to the File tab in the upper left-hand corner, and in the Info section, my first option says Compatibility Mode. Now this option only shows up on the menu when you have a file open that was created in PowerPoint 2007 or earlier. You'll see it when you have linked media eligible for conversion. In other words, media clips in formats other than WMV, WMA, or MIDI. When I click on the Convert button, a Save As window opens. I'll change the file name so that you can distinguish between your original copy and your upgraded version. I'll click after the name, add an underscore, and then type Upgraded. I'll click the Save button. Now go back up to your File menu again. After you're done with the conversion, it's a good idea to look and see if the Optimize Media Compatibility utility shows up right here. If it does, go ahead and run it. That will complete your conversion. We talk about the Optimize Media Compatibility utility in another movie in this chapter. While PowerPoint 2007 files will open fine in PowerPoint 2010, the 2010 version has so many new video and audio editing features that it would be a shame not to take advantage of them by overlooking the step of physically converting the file. If file size is an issue, you may want to compress your media clips so that your PowerPoint file doesn't take up as much disk space. I'm going to go to slide 4 and click on my media clip. I'll go back up to my Playback tab, and I'll click on my Trim Video button. This video clip has extra footage at the beginning and end that we trimmed out in an earlier movie in this course. Compressing your video and audio files will delete extraneous image or sound data, removing the beginnings and endings of media that you trimmed and cropped. This does result in lower quality images and videos, so only perform these next steps if your file really is too large. I'll click Cancel. First, save a copy of your presentation so you can always go back to the original. This will also give you 2 copies of the file, a high-resolution version to play on your own computer and a smaller version for sharing. I'll go up to the File tab in the upper left-hand corner, and down to the second option, Save As. At the end of my file name, I'll add _2 and press Save. Now go back to the File tab, and this time make sure you're on Info. At the top is Media Size and Performance, and it tells me that my file size is 3.5 megabytes, and that I have 1 media clip with trimmed regions. Click on the big Compress Media button. You have 3 levels of compression to choose from. Presentation quality will save space but maintain your original quality, or at least close. Internet quality is good for streaming over the web. You should only use low quality when you're really having space issues, or if you need a super small version of your file, for instance to send over email. For this presentation, I'm going to go ahead and choose Internet quality, a medium level of compression. This choice is great if your playback will happen at a smaller size instead of full screen. After I click by quality, a compressed media dialog box opens, and I can actually watch as each asset is compressed. I can see a progress bar and the final result for how much file size I saved. Sometimes the savings will be insignificant, but some media clips may get much smaller. Look, I saved 1.2 megabytes. That can definitely help me squeeze my files onto a flash drive, save upload time, or avoid maximum file size constraints. I'll click Close. Now notice that my info pane now has new info. I can see my new file size of 2.2 megabytes. It also reminds me that I can undo the compression if my results are unsatisfactory. Click back on the Compress Media button, and you can see that you have an option here to undo. Now here's one troubleshooting tip. If you get a message that one of the videos is unsupported, check its physical dimensions. To take advantage of compression, Some file types insist that both the width and the height need to be divisible by 4. If your movie has been resized, adjust it again so that both dimensions can be divided by 4 and you should be fine. Now it's also worth noting that some QuickTime files also are not eligible for compression. Let's take a look at our results. I'll go back to the Home ribbon, click on my video, go back to the Playback tab, and then check Trim Video again. I can see that my original extraneous beginning and ending material is now gone. I'll click Cancel. When I play the slide, and then play my video, Hansel and Petal has been for years providing me the most amazingly beautiful floral arrangements. I can see that my image is a little grainy, but depending on your needs, exchanging quality for reduced file size may be a trade-off that you're perfectly willing to make. Exporting your slideshow as a movie is a great way to make videos for websites like YouTube and Facebook. Burn your presentation to a DVD, as well as share material with business colleagues. When you export your PowerPoint presentation as a movie file, there are several considerations you want to take into account to ensure that your movies and sounds will play back accurately. First, take advantage of the 2 utilities we explored in previous movies in this chapter. Go up to the File tab and click on the Info section. If your file was brought into PowerPoint 2010 from an older version of the software, look for a Convert utility right here at the top. If it's here, make sure you run it, because in 2007 and previous versions, all media assets were linked instead of embedded, and linked files will not export into a new movie. This utility will bring your sound and video clips into the PowerPoint file, allowing accurate exporting and playback. Next, run the Optimize Media Compatibility checker. This will make sure all your videos are compatible with PowerPoint 2010's media tools. If you have any files that are linked, you'll want to break the links and embed them in your movie, as we talked about earlier in this chapter. I'm going to skip this for now because I'm going to refer back to it in a few minutes. Now, some video formats, like QuickTime files, will only export if their native codecs are installed. If you're having trouble with playback after you export your movie, this is a likely step for troubleshooting. Flash files, macros, OLE objects, media inserted using developer controls, and ActiveX, including YouTube videos, will not work in exported movies. If you have them in your presentation, you'll need to find another approach. Now, on this File tab, a little further down, we have Save and Send. Near the bottom is an option for Create a Video. Note here that your movie will take advantage of all of your recorded timings, narrations, laser pointer gestures, animations, transitions, and multimedia. Basically, the more automation you add to your slideshow, the more of a quote-unquote movie you've already created when it's time to export this file. First, choose the resolution for your presentation. This is the size of your finished product. If you're going to see it on a computer or an HD display, go large. If it's going to be seen in a small window, or you're burning it to a standard DVD, you can choose medium. If you're going to be playing it on a Zune, an iPod, or a smartphone, export it as a portable size. For now, we're going to choose Internet and DVD. Next, choose whether you want to include already recorded slide timings and narrations. If you don't want them, you can specify how long you want to stay on each slide. If you do have media clips in your slideshow, this option should honor the playback time of your videos and sounds, but it's a good idea to run through your slideshow and record your slide timings, since you want to stay longer on some slides than others. To learn how to time your slides, please take a look at the PowerPoint Essential Training course in the lynda.com online training library. When you're ready, click the Create Video button. It will ask you where you want to save the file and what you want to call it. We'll call this HNP Advertising. I'll click Save. If you have any files that are linked instead of embedded, you'll get a message asking if you want to skip those files. In our case, we have a Flash SWF file, and the animation won't translate. But because I set it up with a poster frame applied so that I see an image instead of a black square, I'm just going to go ahead and click Yes. Now look down at the bottom center of your screen. You can see Creating Video HNP Advertising.wmv. It will take a while for the video to render. The length of time it takes will depend on the quality that you just chose in the last step, and the length of your presentation. Now that it's done, let's go take a look. I'll navigate over to Windows. And here's my new HNP Advertising Windows Media Movie. Notice that it's 17.5 megabytes big. I'll double click on it, and it'll open in Windows Media Player. And there's our presentation. Using these techniques will help you produce a high-quality movie created using videos, audio clips, sound effects, animations, transitions, narrations, and all of PowerPoint's bells and whistles. When you create a PowerPoint 2010 presentation, you have the choice of linking or embedding all your multimedia assets. If you chose to link to your movies and sound files in order to keep your file size small, it's essential to gather all of your source files into a folder if you move your slideshow to another computer. If you forget one file, you won't be able to see the video or sound. Fortunately, PowerPoint has a tool that will help, the Package for CD utility. You don't have to use Package CD only for creating a CD. You can also use it to gather all your linked files from multiple locations into one folder. To do this, go up to the left corner and click on the File tab, and then go down to Save and Send. From there, choose Package Presentation for CD, and then click on the Package for CD button. In the dialog box that appears, enter a name for the CD or the folder that you're going to create. I'll call it HNP Advertising. Under Files to be copied, you can see your current PowerPoint file. If you'd like to include additional presentations, click the Add button on the right-hand side and navigate to any others you want. I'm just going to stick with this one, so I'll say Cancel. Next, click on the Options button in the lower right-hand corner. Under Include these files, it will of course include all of our linked files, but we can also tell it to include the embedded TrueType fonts, so that I'll always have the correct text, even if the other computer doesn't have the same fonts that I do. The next option allows you to set a password, but I don't recommend this. If you forget the password or your recipient doesn't know it, you'll be completely unable to play your presentation. The last checkbox removes your personal metadata from the file, so no one will see who created it or when. I'll leave it unchecked, and I'll click OK. Now, look at the very bottom of the box. There are two buttons for Copy to Folder and Copy to CD. Copy to CD will burn a self-running CD for you. In our case, we're just trying to bring all our files together in one place, so I'll choose Copy to Folder. The name I entered earlier is repeated here, and I can change it if I want. My default location is my Documents folder, but I can click on the Browse button to select a new target location. I'll change this to the same folder as the exercise files for this course, but you can put yours wherever you'd like. I'll click Select, and then I'll click OK to close the Copy to Folder dialog box. The next message is a security measure to remind me that if I don't know the source of my content, it may not be safe. I created this entire project myself, so I'm not worried. I'll click the Yes button. I'll see the progress wheel spin, and then a window will open. Here I can see that I'm in the location that I chose, and here's my new HNP Advertising folder. Inside it, I can see my PowerPoint file and all of my linked videos and sounds. I also see a number of additional files, including a folder that contains the PowerPoint viewer and the files to make it run. I'll click my Back button. If you're going to burn this to a CD, keep the auto run and the presentation package. Otherwise, if your goal was just to bring your linked assets together into one folder from various locations on your computer, you can delete all the rest of the files. Since overlooking even one of your linked video or audio assets could be a professional nightmare, it's comforting to know that PowerPoint has a utility to bring them all together into one place. If you have received a PowerPoint slideshare from someone else and would like to save its video files, sounds, and images into separate files to use somewhere else, here's a neat little trick you can use to extract all the audio-visual content. The trick is that in PowerPoint 2010, PowerPoint files are actually zip files, containers of all the smaller files that make up the presentation. What we're going to do is convert this PowerPoint presentation into a zip file so that Windows can open it and extract all the files from inside it. The first thing that I need to do is be able to work with all the extensions at the ends of my file names. If you can see .pptx at the end of your file name, then you're all set. You don't have to do this step. But because I can't see it, I need to go down to the Start menu and then click on Control Panel on the right. I'll click on Appearance and Personalization. Down near the bottom of the list, look for Folder Options and click on that. Now, go up to the second tab that says View and look for Hide Extensions for Known File Types and turn off the check mark in front of that, and then click OK, and then close the control panel. Now I can see .pptx at the end of my file name. Our next step is to duplicate the file so that we're not touching your original PowerPoint presentation. Right-click on the file that you want, choose Copy. Right-click anywhere in the white area and choose Paste. We now have a copy of the file. Right-click on it one more time and choose Rename. Now, click at the very end and backspace over pptx. Type in zip instead and press Enter. We get an alert message saying that if we change the file name extension, the file might become unusable. Are we sure we want to change it? Well, our PowerPoint will become unusable, but our zip file is going to come in very handy. Click Yes. I can see that the icon in front of it has now changed to a compressed zip folder. Double-click on the folder. Now we can see what's inside it. Double-click on the PPT folder, and then double-click on the Media folder. Now I can see all of my original images, my WMV movie files, and my WMA sound file. When I double-click on any one of them, they'll open up in Windows Media Player. So now they're all individual files. Being able to extract the movies, sounds, and images from your PowerPoint files can come in very handy if you don't have the original source files, and you want to use them in other projects or alter them in any way.